How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Which give you some idea. How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent
retarded?
$200. Have you seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I like
Great
her.
Noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah,
But
please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
What's up? What's up? What's up, everyone? I am live from a secret, undisclosed location because you guys can't know where I am. Because I am doing things over the next couple days that are going to be super fun. And I can't wait to show you guys the disguise. Can I just tell you, without revealing what the disguise is, when I put on the disguise that I'm going to be wearing for one of at least 4 now events that I'm going to, there's at least 4 different things that I'm going to. And I have costume changes. I have costume changes for every single one. I will look different in every single one. But there is a disguise that is just... I demoed this disguise on Victor the other day, and I walked downstairs wearing this particular disguise, and Victor burst out laughing, and he said, "This is perfect. I wouldn't have recognized you." And it's so good, and I cannot wait to share a picture of one of the disguises that I'm going to be wearing over the next couple of days. I fucking cannot wait. But I can't because that would be irresponsible. That would be irresponsible. But today was a good day for me, actually, because it was mostly a free day. Whenever I'm doing something where I'm going somewhere to do something, I typically try to get there like a day early. Because I want to understand the location I'm in. I want to walk around a bit. I look for graffiti and things like that wherever I am. It's just kind of like habit at this point. And this is a good rule of thumb too. Like, you can see a lot if you're around an area in your neighborhood where there's graffiti and stickering. Just take a moment to look at the graffiti and the stickering, take pictures of it. And that's something that I just really enjoy doing when I go to different places, is like going around to like these cultural hubs, because we are studying a subculture on this channel. I go around to these different cultural hubs where people congregate, where people make artwork and things like that. And there's always leftist graffiti and leftist stickering, and you can even learn the names of some of the local groups and some of the active organizations because they go around and they stick their sticker on like posts and like, you know, street signs and things like that. And literally you just have to keep an eye out and look for these things. So I always like to get wherever I'm going a day early to have like a free day where I can just kind of like, first of all, decompress from traveling, because that's, stressful, whatever. Like when I go undercover with things, I'm usually running around to many different locations. It's like an all-day affair. It's not like an insignificant thing. And so it's kind of like you want to have a day before you do that, honestly. So pro tip on that one. But I went shopping today. I went shopping. That was what I did. I went shopping. And I did buy some stuff, and that was pretty cool. But I have to tell you guys, it was seriously one of the most shocking things that has ever happened to me. And actually, you know what? Before we do this, Before we do this, hang on. I'm working on a laptop here, so I have much less screen than I usually have. Before we do this, I want to thank a couple of people who are donating some channel memberships. We got Minnesota. I don't know Minnesota. Thank you for being a member of the channel for 1 month. Really appreciate that, bro. Old sub. We should start calling old sub old reliable. Plague Doctor emojis in the chat for old sub sailor, please. W's to you, good sir. 20 gifted channel memberships. You are a fucking rock star and a legend, and I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you for starting us off so strongly. We got John in there. Thank you so much for your support, John. Thank you so much. W's to you for the gifted channel membership. We already got 21. I'm going to set a channel membership goal today. I don't know if we're going to meet it, but we're going to try. If someone wants to buy me a drink while I'm on my excursion, if someone wants to buy my dinner when I'm on an excursion, please feel free to send in some channel memberships. It's the best way to support the channel because you're not only supporting me, you're also supporting the community. You're giving out channel memberships, which gives people access to our spy streams where we go inside live leftist trainings. We got Chicalago in there. Consummate supporter. W's to you, my friend. I so appreciate all the channel memberships you send, and I know the community does as well. Guys, we are a community on this channel. We are a weird little wonky community that studies the far left for fun. And we go undercover with the far left for fun. And it's not just me anymore. There are many people doing this, and I love it. And if you want to go undercover with the left, I will train you how to do it. I will teach you my ways. I will teach you all the tricks that I've learned. I didn't have anyone to teach me how to do this. I had to learn it on my own. I didn't know any undercover journalists when I first started doing this shit. I had to learn it on my own, but I've gotten pretty good at it at this point. So much so that I can put my face on the internet and they still don't see me coming. So if you want to learn how to do that, I will teach you here. Probably not tonight because we're doing some other stuff tonight. I'm kind of a little bit drunk. Just so we're clear. I don't really drink that much anymore. Not really that much at all. But I'm at a hotel and with my room came drink tickets. And who am I to say no? Listen, I should be allowed to have a little fun when I'm away. I hopefully won't talk in a Southern accent tonight, Reagan. But I'm allowed to have a little fun, okay? They gave me free drinks. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to turn that down? That's like wasting money. That's like wasting free money. Why would you want me to do that? So I went to the bar and they had this thing that was an espresso martini flight. The first one was like a regular espresso martini, which is good and delightful. And no matter how they make it, espresso martinis are always good. The second one was a more chocolatey version, and it was really fucking good. The third one was infused with Hennessy. Now, I'm white and a woman. Therefore, I don't drink Hennessy. But you can't turn down free alcohol when it's put in front of you. So I had to drink it. I was obligated. And I think, maybe perhaps it was a step too far considering I don't really drink that much anymore. So yeah, goddamn. We'll see how this goes. But something interesting did happen to me while I was out today. And I just have to share it with you guys because it was one of those moments where I felt the universe winking at me. It was one of those moments where I was like, there are no coincidences. So I was in a very, very expensive department store today. And I'm like looking at like $1,000 leather jackets. Not that I bought a $1,000 leather jacket. I didn't. Okay. I bought a $100 t-shirt, but I did not buy a $1,000 leather jacket. But I was looking at them anyway because they're fun to look at. Why wouldn't I look at $1,000 leather jackets? Anyway, so I was looking at $1,000 leather jackets and this person walks up to me in this very expensive department store. And he's well over 6 feet tall. and he has a giant ass beard and a giant ass mullet, and he's wearing a dress, and I'm pretty sure lady sneakers or shoes or whatever. I'm pretty sure they were women's shoes. And he also had a little teeny tiny purse of a heart and a rainbow. And he said, "Do you need any help?" And I looked at him, and thank God I was wearing sunglasses, because I wear sunglasses everywhere. I'm very light sensitive. Socialists always think I'm recording when I'm wearing sunglasses. No, I'm just very light sensitive. I wear sunglasses literally everywhere. But thank the good Lord I was wearing sunglasses, because I bet you my eyes burst out of my head. And I was just like, no, I don't need help. No, thank you. No, because I didn't want to get kicked out of the store. It was a nice department store. I was actually looking for something very specific. I didn't want to get kicked out of the store, okay? So I was just like, oh shit. And then that turned into a quest of me stalking this person around the store. I was trying to be so discreet. I was really making an effort. I did not want to get caught. I didn't want to get kicked out of the store. But I was stalking this person around the store, trying to get an adequate picture of them, because I had already tweeted this, and I was like, people are going to demand a photo, and I have to give the people what they want. So I want you guys to picture this. Picture a wall of hats. But you can kind of see through the hats. You know what I'm saying? Like there's shelving and there's hats on the shelving, but you can kind of see through it, okay? Picture me hiding behind the wall of hats, trying to zoom in on the queer as he's helping another customer. And I'm hiding behind this wall of hats, trying to get the perfect fucking angle. Because I was like, I have to show people this is fucking real. And so this is my camera zoomed in so fucking much, because I was trying to be like covert about it. And I thought that was a pretty good photo. I thought, okay, I now have evidence that this actually happened in the real world. And I was pretty satisfied by it. But then he started looping back and walking towards me. And he was looking at his phone, and I was like, oh no, here we go. Here we go. I can get a better photo. And there it is. There it is. That's there. This is a man in a dress with a giant ass mullet and a beard with a little heart rainbow purse. And again, I'm pretty sure those are women's shoes. I'm pretty fucking sure those are women's shoes. And I don't know. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. And this was at a very fucking expensive department store. I'm like, I know. I heard about this. I actually heard about this. I heard about this right before the stream. So guys, not only tonight, now that we're done with queer time at the department store, not only tonight are we going to be watching Nick talk about my work on his show last night. Gee, I wonder what genius. I really don't try to abuse my relationship with Nick Fuentes, whatever that relationship may be. I don't even know. Most of the time I think that Nick doesn't even like me, to be honest, and that's fine. Like, whatever. I don't really care. But like, I really try not to abuse the fact that I have his phone number and I can contact him. Like if I'm sending Nick something, it's actually deeply important. What genius do you think texted Nick Fuentes about the DSA stuff in New York immediately upon this shit all going down? What genius had that sort of inspiration? And now Nick Fuentes not only mentioned me on his show last night, he also apparently just mentioned me on Fresh and Fit before I went live, like right before I went live. And so if someone could find that for me, by the way, we'll totally watch it. If someone could find the timestamp, I'll totally watch it. But this is so fucking funny because Myron Gaines hates me. Myron Gaines hates me. Do you want to know why Myron Gaines hates me? Because I've called him the N-word with the hard R twice. Because here's what I know about Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines cannot deal with smart women. Myron Gaines likes to surround himself with dumb women that he can insult and all that stuff. And so anytime I have encountered Myron Gaines in the real world, like it has just never gone well. And it's always been Myron Gaines' fault, to be quite honest about it. And the first time it happened, it was in a space right after Nick had declared Groyper War II back before the 2024 election. And I was in a space with all these Groypers and a couple like influencers. And we were actually having a really good discussion for like 2 hours about productive things that we could do to, attack, and be like aggressive about messages. It was actually a really interesting conversation and I appreciated being there. And then Myron Gaines entered the space. And Myron Gaines started behaving like just an unhinged, low IQ retard, which of course he is. Isn't he like sub-Saharan African or something? I mean, listen, our expectations can only be so high for people like that, okay? You have to really he's not white or anything, so we have to just manage our expectations about how that's going to go. Anyway, after 2 hours of a perfectly productive and civil conversation, Myron Gaines enters the space, and it was like 3 a.m. at this point or something like that. It was one of those late night spaces. And Myron Gaines proceeded to insult me and tell me to go make him a sandwich. And I called him the N-word with the hard R, and he shut the fuck up immediately. This is the trick that I've learned with Myron Gaines. If he is like running his mouth like the low IQ sub-Saharan African that he is, you just literally have to call him the N-word with the hard R, and he shuts the fuck up immediately. The second time this happened was when Myron Gaines was telling young men to sleep with as many women as possible, like sleep with like 50 plus, 100 plus women or some stupid shit like that. And I insulted him for it. I don't even really remember what I said. But again, Myron Gaines started writing his low IQ yap. And so again, I called him the N-word with the hard R. And guess what? He shut the fuck up immediately. So that's been my experience with Myron Gaines. So I'm sure that he was thrilled beyond measure that Nick Fuentes just brought me up on his show. And so, so if someone can get a timestamp for me on that, that would be awesome. We'll totally watch it. Thank you for being a member of the channel for 1 month. Carlin's husband makes the sandwiches. No. I actually do make my husband sandwiches. But, well, that's not true. That's not true. I buy my husband pre-made sandwiches. I don't make the sandwiches myself. This is actually true, by the way. I buy my husband because I go to the store like almost every day because I get a rotisserie chicken because it's high in protein and like my dog really likes it and all that stuff. And so when I'm at the store getting a rotisserie chicken, I actually do buy my husband sandwiches. So I may not make him sandwiches, but I make sure that when he wants a sandwich after he's come home from work and he's had a drink or two, because my husband likes to have a drink or two. He's not an alcoholic or anything. He just likes to have a drink or two after he unwinds from work. And so when he has a drink or two and he's ready for a sandwich, he always has a sandwich for him. Doesn't really matter if I make it. Like someone else can make it and I can pay them money for it. Totally fine. Fair exchange of value. I don't have to do anything. And my husband still is happy about it. Listen, man, they say happy wife, happy life, and that's very true, but it's okay to take care of him. Like, husbands are simple. Husbands are simple. This is what I have learned in my 15 years of marriage. Husbands are very simple. They want food. They want to be given missions to do. So my husband loves it when I give him a mission to do of some sort, like, Victor, I need you to do X, Y, B. He fucking loves that shit. And then when he does the mission, he gets lots of affection and appreciation and occasionally a blowjob, and he really likes that. And so that's really all it takes. Just give him missions, show him appreciation, buy him sandwiches. You don't have to make the sandwich. Someone else can make the fucking sandwich, okay? That's all you got to do. Blowjob occasionally. That's all you got to do. It's like literally it. Literally it. That's it. Happy husband, happy life. Okay. It's okay to take care of husbands too. Anyway, we are going to watch this, but before we do that, there's a couple other things that I want to do. First of all, can we get a W for Adam Green? Adam Green has ascended to whiteness means capitalism. W Adam Green. W Adam Green. Adam Green posted this reply today when I was talking about doing this stream earlier, and he said, I saw this today. Capitalism is white supremacy. And it is from our friends, the Revolutionary Communists of America, who apparently have an active chapter in the greater San Diego area. And they posted this poster, and Adam Green saw it somewhere. You can't have capitalism without racism. And he sent this to me and he said, saw this today. Capitalism is white supremacy. W, Adam. Because when the left says whiteness, white supremacy, racism, they're not talking about skin color. They are talking about the system of capitalism that they believe created racism in the first place. Capitalism, private property ownership, the ownership of people as private property, created the concept of racism. That is systemic racism. That's not about individual racism. Individual racism is about skin color. The white doesn't care about it. The right, blah. Strike that, reverse it. The left doesn't care about skin color. The right is obsessed with skin color. The left does not care about skin color. They care about the system of capitalism that they believe created racism, okay? That is why it's called systemic racism or institutional racism. Systemic racism is the system that upholds racism. Institutional racism, the institution that upholds racism. In both instances, the system and the institution is a reference to capitalism. And the left believes that you cannot fix racism because it's a system issue, not an individual issue like skin color. You cannot fix racism without abolishing capitalism, which they define as private property ownership, which they believe created all the racial disparities in the world. That is what they're referring to. It is, again, not individual. It is about the system level. They believe capitalism created wealth inequality created racial disparities, and yada, 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 so on and so forth. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, whiteness means capitalism. It has never been about skin color. We are not dismissing the dissident rights concerns about skin color, because I do believe they have valid concerns as well, but they are it's a completely different thing. And we have to acknowledge that they are a completely different thing. If you do not understand your enemy, if you do not understand what they're saying, you can never defeat them. Hey, Dan, in with 5 channel memberships. W's to you, good sir. So appreciate the support, Dan. Thank you so much for dropping by the channel. Let's add that to our tally. Bro, like, I can't even tell you how much conservative retardation I have been immersed in over the past couple days. I can't even tell you. I cannot even tell you. You guys saw that I posted a video about my encounters with the MAGA boomers last night. Like, holy shit. On all of my platforms, I have gotten tens of thousands of views on this video, and the MAGA boomers are so upset with me. And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. The MAGA boomers are whining all over my replies on Instagram. I haven't even logged on to Facebook, but I've seen some of the, I'm not going on Facebook. I can't. If I go onto Facebook, I will yell, and I don't want to do that. I'm in a good mood right now. I don't want to do that. My replies on Twitter, my replies on YouTube, they have been completely decimated by MAGA boomers just having absolutely no self-awareness. Absolutely none. And listen, if you're a boomer and you're not like them, I'm not talking about you, okay? Okay? If you are really not like the retarded MAGA boomers that are mucking up my replies and they're unfollowing me on principle, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about numbers. I never have. If you are not like them boomers, then I'm not talking about you, okay? You don't have to reply going, Karlyn, we're not all like that. I know you're not all like that, but you have to acknowledge that many MAGA boomers are like that. These people have called me a liberal cunt. These people have called me secret Antifa. These people have said that they hope I get raped by Muslims. Very Christian, MAGA boomers. Very Christian of you to say, you literally hope I get raped by Muslims. Very Christian, very conservative, okay? So if you've never if you're like, Karlyn, I just don't know what you're talking about. I never see stuff like this. I'm going to encourage you to go into my Facebook page, Decode the Left with Karlyn Borysenko. You can, I think it's facebook.com/decode the left. Go and read the replies to the video, okay? Go into YouTube, read the replies to the short. Go into my Instagram, Dr. Karlyn B, and read the replies to the video there. They're on TikTok too, to a certain extent, not as big as the other platforms. Go on to Twitter where I posted the video and just read the replies there. Just go. You don't have to take my word for it. You can go on to any of these social media properties and you can see the current state of the MAGA boomers for yourself. And it's just like, you literally have no self-awareness to know I was making that video about you. You literally have no self-awareness to know that that video is about you. It's just like, oh man, we're so fucked. We're so fucked, guys. We're so fucked. We're so fucked. But the good news, maybe, probably not, is that Trump has decided to care about communism, guys. Trump has decided to care about communism. After a full year and a half of not doing fuck off about Antifa, Trump has declared that communism is our greatest enemy and that he definitely is going to do something about it. So let's listen to this clip. I actually haven't listened to this yet. Let's just, actually, should we start here? Let's start here. This one's 28 seconds. Let's see what Trump had to say.
Communism is very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history. I'd give free.
I'd be the greatest communist in history. I'd be the greatest communist in history. Again, Trump. Again, what was that, Trump?
Easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history. I'd give free rent. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, you don't have to pay any rent. From now on, anybody wants a house, don't worry about it. Just pick the house you want. Everybody gets free food. Everything is free from this point forward. Everyone's going to vote for me. The problem is communism is very...
I don't know, guys. I somehow think Trump's declaration against communism may not be a serious effort to actually stop communism. I just don't know. I don't know. Old sub, you're so generous. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm a cuss boomer, so I identify as an X-Gen. They say what they say because that's all they got. They actually think talking shit is making a difference, and in reality, it's just the easiest thing to do. They're old and lazy. That is the thing, old sub, that annoys me about the MAGA boomers more than anything else, because they literally think insulting someone is winning the argument. MAGA boomers think that if they just insult someone or debunk someone, that's over and they won. They think that if they say the most cruel possible thing, that they won. And it's like, okay. This is actually why the left is winning, because the right is like, we're going to own the libs and that solves the problem. It's like, oh my God, it's like, I can't even. So what did Trump say? So Trump would be the greatest communist in history. Okay, great job, Trump. What did you say in this one?
Very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's
Wait, isn't that the same clip?
Same
clip. Sorry, my bad. Professional streamer on the internet. Let's take two.
Democrat Party. These are not social democrats. These are hardcore, godless communists. They're godless communists.
They're
All
not actually
communists are
Trump. No.
godless. They don't believe in God.
No,
This is the
that's
most
not true,
serious
Trump.
threat to our country
That's
since
not true.
its existence, in my opinion. Party. These are not social democrats.
They're godless, guys. They're godless. That is Trump's solution to communism, is to call them godless. By the way, we've encountered many communists over the last 5 years and me researching the left that do have some sort of religion. Communists are not all atheists, guys. Some of them are Buddhists. Some of them are actually Christians. Many of them are Jewish. That's true. But to say that all communists are atheists is actually not even true. It's not hinged into reality. We have communists on video basically talking about how they believe religion is the opiate for the masses. Religion is a coping mechanism for capitalism. By religion, they're talking about like organized religion for the most part. I don't think they like organized religion because they think it'll, perpetuate capitalism or whatever. But also, they've taken over a lot of Christian churches. I hope people understand this. It is stupid and ridiculous to say that like communists are atheists and communists are godless. They are controlling so many effing churches right now. Anyone ever seen those female pastors with the rainbow shawl thingies? Like, what do you think they're doing? Anyone ever seen a church where there's been a progress flag hanging on the altar? What do you think they're doing? You're going to tell me they're godless? They're literally running many of the churches. So you'll have to pardon me if I don't really take Trump saying that he's serious about communism now. Pinky swear, trust me, bro. I don't think that we can really take this seriously as an effort. And I don't have any hope at all that Trump is actually going to do the things he says he's going to do. So again, another Trump L, common Trump L, whatever. Who's ready to watch Nick Fuentes? So I heard about this secondhand. I have not seen this yet. I heard that Nick did a show talking about the DSA. I heard that he specifically mentioned my work. Apparently, he just mentioned it on the Fresh and Fit podcast again, like literally within the last hour or so. So if someone can find me a timestamp for that, I mean, it may still be live, so maybe we can't do that. But like, if so, that's just fucking cool, man. And I really appreciate Nick doing that because he doesn't have to do it. And if Nick is actually mentioning my research, that means he has respect for what I do. And I've always kind of wondered about that, to be honest. Like, I know that Nick, like, we have the clips of Nick saying he likes me. I know we have the clips of Nick talking about how, like, he does respect my work. But it's like, one of the things, hang on, let me get this super chat before I go into a rant. John, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate you. Insulting and belittling people just makes them more determined. Well, Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the point, John. You're saying that, like, when the right insults people, they just make people more determined. I totally agree with you. Really insightful comment, bro. Thank you so much for the super chat. You know, like, I've always wondered if Nick actually did respect me. And I know I'm a woman and that's a tricky thing in his area, but, like, I don't really feel like I qualify as an e-girl for many reasons. First of all, I'm old, okay? I don't consider myself, I'm way too fucking old to be an e-girl. Can we just acknowledge that? I feel like more like with the Groypers, I feel like the cool older sister or like the cool aunt or something like that. At least that's how I like to think of myself. Like, I don't feel like I'm not a Zoomer. I don't really understand that shit. And that's kind of like how I've always fancied myself in this position. And you know what? Listen, there are a lot of Groypers out there. Some Groypers are new, some are old. And it's just like, what I mean by old is they're not usually old age-wise, but they've been watching Nick like a long time. There are a lot of new Groypers, okay? When new Groypers that I've never heard of insult me, I don't really take it seriously because I know that most of them are just newer to this space. Most of them found out about it like after I did. And listen, I was not the first one to understand that what Nick was saying was the truth. I got there on October 7th. I understood it after that. It was a little fuzzy to me before that, but October 7th definitely solidified that whole concept. I'm not saying I'm the first that got there. I was not the first that got there by a fucking long shot. And Nick was there way ahead of me. But there are a lot of people who come around recently. There's a lot of people, no. I've met many of the Groypers in person. They're not fucking brown, okay? Some of them are. Most of them are not. I've met them in person. I've seen them physically in person, okay? So when most Groypers insult me, I'm not really that worried about it because most of them I don't even recognize their names. I've been around Nick and the Groypers long enough now where, like, I do know the ones that are kind of like, some might call them the Groyper generals. That's not like a real thing, but there are people that have been around a long time with Nick that have like really been like by his side, that have worked with him, that you can kind of know like these are the Groypers that you should be paying attention to, and these other ones are just like new fags. That's what they call them, and they just like don't really worry about them because they don't know yet. Okay. The Groypers that are closer to Nick and have been around a long time, I usually, with the exception of Wurzelroot, fuck you, asshole, I usually don't get shit from them. And so it's kind of one of those things where, like, if there were certain Groypers giving me shit, I would be more worried about it. But usually it's not the ones that are kind of like the so-called Groyper generals. No, again, no. Hey, Sue, if you want to keep lying, you're going to get permanently banned from my chat because I have been around them in person, you dumb cunt. I went to AFPAC. I went to the Groyper after party after AFPAC. I mean, like such as it was a lot of people hanging out at the house. I have seen them in person, you dumb bitch. You are not gaslighting anyone here. And chances are you've never been around them in person and don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you're a stupid dumb cunt on the internet behind an anonymous account. So you want to keep trying, you're just going to end up getting banned. It's entirely up to you. As a reminder, guys, this is not a free speech channel. You do not have free speech here. I dictate the speech acceptability on this channel. And if I don't like what you're saying, or I think you're trying to gaslight us, or I think you're too fucking dumb to be here, I will just kick your ass out. That's the way it goes. Looking fit, Dr. K. Thank you, Graham. I appreciate that. I'm getting super fucking thin, and it's starting to freak me out. I was around, okay, last story before we get into Nick. I was trying on clothes today because, you know, I'm in a place where I have access to different things that I normally do. So I went fucking shopping, all right? And I'm trying on clothes. And, oh, sorry, I thought, fuck out. The chat's on the screen. God damn it. Professional streamer on the internet. There you go. So I was trying on clothes today. Every single fucking thing that fit me was either a woman's size small or an X small. And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be, okay, well, I told you were gonna get banned and there you go, bye. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, seriously? Seriously. Seriously. It's wild, man. It really is. Like, I didn't expect when I made the decision to lose weight to become like unrecognizably skinny after I got caught the last time I went undercover, because that's why I did it. People think, people have been saying, "Oh, we bullied her into it." No, 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 you didn't fucking bully me into shit. I decided to lose weight after I got caught undercover, recognized when they had like 8 pictures of me on their fucking phones, and then chased down the street by a black man who was trying to film me. I was like, okay, Karlyn, you have 1 card left to play, and that's to lose weight and become unrecognizably skinny, and that's like the only card you have left. And actually, it's made it about 10 times easier to disguise myself at these things. So it's a good thing overall. But like, I didn't expect the mental kind of like mind fuck of losing weight. I've lost weight before in the past. I've never lost this much weight, okay? Because I was never as heavy as I was at the highest point, which, contrary to what people say on the internet, was never over 300 pounds. It was never even fucking close. At my highest, I was barely over 200. But I've lost 70 pounds, thereabouts. And I did not expect the mental mindfuck that you go through when you drop that much weight. And I did it relatively quickly. I think it took me about 6.5, 7 months or something like that. And I'm kind of starting to level out, but I may still try to get a little thinner just to really freak people out. We're going to have to see. I don't know. I'm kind of getting sick of like the no carb thing. So we're going to see how that goes. Anyway, my brain still has not caught up with the weight loss. It's still like I literally have to try on clothes to actually even know what size I am. It's like when I try on clothes, I have to get several options. I can't stand up where I'm sitting on a couch. I can't. This is a corner couch. I can't get up. So sorry to offend you. You have to go to my Twitter and see full length photos, because like I can't stand up right now. It's not the way I have everything set up. I'm not moving. Okay, sorry. But I have to try on clothes in order to even know what size I am. And like there are times I try on clothes and I'm like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. This shirt, you can see this. This is like an oversized shirt. I just bought this today. This is a fucking X small. This is an X small. Can I get the tag? Can you guys see? This is an X small. Look at this shit. X small. That's fucking wild. That's fucking wild. So, I don't know, man. It's kind of a cool experience to go through, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I'm gonna rub it in all their fucking faces like, fuck you assholes. And people are still coping on the internet, by the way. People are still coping on the internet. Someone was just trying to like, he's like, I've got clips of you being really fat and blah, 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 blah. And this one asshole was saying he was going to find me while I was undercover at events and follow me around and make pig calls. And I was like, you look pretty fucking stupid doing that to someone who's 135 pounds at 5'6". I am 5'6" and 135 pounds. If you want to do a BMI calculation on that, it's a 21. So I am literally direct. This is the most mindfuck thing of all. For months and months and months, people have been telling me, they're like, Karlyn, you don't have Ozempic face. That's how we know you're not on Ozempic. Just so people know, I'm actually not, like, for real, no kidding, not on Ozempic. I just stopped eating carbs and sugar. That's it. I stopped eating carbs and sugar and I got more steps in. That's it. That's literally all I did. I lost about 10 pounds a month for 7 months. It was perfectly healthy weight loss. I'm still losing technically. I'm probably going to lose several pounds while I'm where I am because I'm going to be walking around so much. So we're going to see. But like for months and months and months, people told me, they're like, Karlyn, we know you're not on Ozempic because you don't have an Ozempic face. And I was like, well, duh, obviously. The minute I hit like the average point, like the midpoint of a healthy weight range on BMI, which I am right now. I'm basically in the middle of like healthy weight range. Like I could gain several points of BMI and still be within healthy weight range. I could lose several points and still be within healthy weight range, right? The minute I hit that midpoint, people are like, you have Ozempic face. I started hearing this fucking shit everywhere. And this was like the first time since I started losing weight. All of a sudden, I'm actually at the midpoint of a healthy weight range. And people are like, you have Ozempic face. And I'm like, I'm thinking about this. I'm like, this is literally right smack dab in the middle of a healthy weight range. And people are telling me I have Ozempic face. And it's like, our society has gotten so stupid, and our society has gotten so fucking fat. And don't think I don't notice this, because actually when you go to buy more clothes, there's more bigger sizes than small sizes every time. They stock up on the bigger sizes because everyone is fat. They get lesser small sizes. And I'm like, the perception of weight in this society is so fucked. It is so fucking fucked that people don't even know what it looks like. Where they say someone who is like literally smack dab in the middle of a healthy weight range, that's Ozempic face. Okay. All right. Whatever, bro. Whatever. Thank you so much, Dan, for the super chat. You are looking ravishing. You are looking rising ravishing today. Love the necklace. Isn't this cool? You know what this is? These are simulated diamonds. This is not an expensive necklace. These are simulated diamonds, but they look so real and they glisten in the sun. And I'm like, you might think this is like, people think this is like several $1,000 necklace. Not even. I paid $200 for this necklace, which is still expensive for a necklace for many people, but it's just like, it is. I love this. I wear it everywhere. It's so sparkly and pretty. Greek Heat. W's to you, good sir. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted channel memberships. Really appreciate that, bro. So good to see you. Thank you for dropping by. 1 hour, 8 minutes, 32 seconds. Okay, thank you. I will pull that up. As well. But right now, guys, what we're going to do is we're just going to watch this episode and listen. I am going to be critiquing Nick on his analysis. Don't think that just because Nick Fuentes said nice things about me, which I very much do appreciate. Just because Nick said nice things about me, don't think that I'm going to be easy on him. If Nick gets shit wrong about the DSA and the stuff going on with the socialists, I'm going to say that because I love Nick and I want him to be correct in what he's saying. And so, like, giving a little constructive criticism is going to be, whatever. He can take it or leave it. So, well, yes. A W for Nick Fuentes is that he does actually know how to pronounce my name. And also, can we just lay off on Owen for that a little bit? I know Owen Schroyer, who I interviewed with the other day, who is awesome. And you can find the interview on the channel or on his channel, whichever. But I know Owen got my name wrong. He pronounced it Carolyn, just like Harrison did. That's okay. But you know what? Owen corrected himself. And he pronounced it correctly by the end of the interview. So W, Owen, for pronouncing my name correctly by the end. W, Nick, for pronouncing my name correctly the whole time. You know what? My name trips up the most experienced of pundits. My name even tripped up Jesse Waters when I was on Fox News, even though his producer told him how to pronounce my name. So we're still going to get... That conversation with Owen was fucking awesome. If you haven't seen it yet, go watch it. It was fucking awesome. Okay? Anyway, we're going to watch this. I'm going to critique Nick's analysis. We'll pull up the Fresh and Fit stuff as well, and we'll watch that. I appreciate you guys sending me the link. Thank you, Reagan. I will pull that up. Hang on. Let's get this started, and let's see what Nick had to say.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Thursday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. Big show. Finally, we get to switch it up a little bit. Our featured story tonight, we're talking all about the DSA blowout in the New York City Democrat congressional primary elections. This happened on Tuesday.
So guys, can someone find me the timestamp on YouTube of when Nick mentioned it? Was it on YouTube? 1 hour, 8 minutes? Hang on. I don't think the stream on YouTube is not 1 hour and 8 minutes long. So can someone, did it happen only on Rumble, Great Otis? Because the stream on YouTube is only 57 minutes long. So was it on Rumble that it happened? Did they switch over to Rumble or something? Because we'll have to get the Rumble link if that's true. Thanks, guys.
But we weren't able to cover it. There was a lot going on elsewhere.
Thanks, Reagan.
And then I didn't do
Appreciate
a show
it.
yesterday, so I've been meaning to get to this. It's been a minute since we talked about anything having to do with the midterms. And we're going to talk all about exactly what happened. Specifically, there were 3 congressional primaries. These are all districts inside New York City where Zohran Mamdani backed a progressive DSA primary challenger against a Democrat establishment pick, which was backed by the party leadership, the labor unions, and the institutions that typically represent the Democratic Party. All 3 of the candidates that Zohran Mamdani backed, as radical, as progressive as they all won their elections. So Mamdani was 3 for 3, and these are federal congressional seats. They're districts in New York City, but they're federal seats in Congress, and these are extremely radical DSA, like I said, Zohran-backed candidates that in a major upset defeated their establishment opponents. And everybody is wondering what exactly happened there. Why did this happen? What explains the success or the electoral strength of Zohran Mamdani in New York City? And we're going to talk a little bit about that, as well as some other subjects that are related to it. And I'll say in the first place, everybody is talking about the elephant in the room, which is Israel. It is true that in these elections...
Hang on. I am on Kick. I'm streaming on Kick right now. It's kick.com/KarlynB. It's just Karlyn B, not the doctor. But I am on Kick. If you guys want to watch on Kick, go represent on Kick. YouTube is the best chat. Rumble holds it down. We're streaming on Twitter. Twitter has some hardened supporters with Seeker holding down the fort over there. And I'm streaming on Kick. So relax, guys. You participate in the bot. Well, let us know how that went. And if you want to learn how to record it, I'll teach you how to record it. Let us know.
Israel and the role that the U.S. is playing in the conflict in the Middle East.
He's over there.
Played a major role in these elections.
Thank you, Reagan.
What all of the progressive DSA challengers had in common is they're all very critical of U.S. support for Israel.
Oh, they're still live.
And critical of AIPAC and Netanyahu and the genocide and all of it.
True.
And all of the establishment candidates are pro-Israel. In some cases, they were even progressive themselves. Maybe just as progressive as their progressive opponents, but they're pro-Israel. And so Israel proved to be perhaps a decisive issue.
Guys, I also
but
don't
more than
see,
that, and I think this is actually the real.
Guys, I also don't see, so there's no 1 hour and 8 minutes on Kick because so again, Reagan, that stream that you sent me on Kick, it only goes up to 1 hour and 2 minutes. And then it seems to cut. Can we find the Rumble stream, please? Sorry to ask you guys for help.
The Democrat Socialists in New York City just have an unbelievable ground game.
Yes.
They have built up a political machine in New York over the course of decades.
This is exactly what I said to him. This is fucking exactly what I said to Nick when I texted him the other day. I was like, Nick, FYI, this is what happened in New York City. And I just sent him the data. And he didn't even respond or anything, so I wasn't even sure he looked at it. But this is literally exactly what I said to Nick the other fucking day. This is, you knew it was from me? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Again, young Nicholas, again, please. Again. Wait, why is it? Okay.
Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Thursday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show.
Thank
Big
you.
show. Finally, we get to switch it up a little bit. Our featured story tonight, we're talking all about the DSA blowout in the New York City Democrat congressional primary elections. This happened on Tuesday, but we weren't able to cover it. There was a lot going on elsewhere.
Reagan, I got that Rumble link, just so you know. Ding, 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 sent it to me. We got it. We got the correct link. So we can watch the Fresh and Fit thing when we're done watching Nick talk about me, apparently in a couple minutes. Hang on 1 second. I got to get through a Rumble ad to have this on my screen. Okay. Got Fresh and Fit up.
And then I didn't do a show yesterday, so I've been meaning to get to this. It's been a minute since we talked about anything having to do with the midterms, and we're going to talk all about exactly what happened. Specifically, there were 3 congressional primaries. These are all districts inside New York City where Zohran Mamdani backed a progressive DSA primary challenger against a Democrat establishment pick, which was backed by the party leadership, the labor unions, and the institutions that typically represent the Democratic Party. All 3 of the candidates that Zohran Mamdani backed, as radical, as progressive as they all won their elections. So Mamdani was 3 for 3, and these are federal congressional seats. They're districts in New York City, but they're federal seats in Congress, and these are extremely radical DSA, like I said, Zohran-backed candidates that in a major upset defeated their establishment opponents. And everybody is wondering what exactly happened there. Why did this happen? What explains the success or the electoral strength of Zohran Mamdani in New York City? And we're going to talk a little bit about that, as well as some other subjects that are related to it. And I'll say in the first place, everybody is talking about the elephant in the room, which is Israel. It is true that in these elections, Israel and the role that the U.S. is playing in the conflict in the Middle East played a major role in these elections. What all of the progressive DSA challengers had in common is they're all very critical of U.S. support for Israel and critical of AIPAC and Netanyahu and the genocide and all of it. And all of the establishment candidates are pro-Israel. In some cases, they were even progressive themselves. Maybe just as progressive as their progressive opponents, but they're pro-Israel.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate it.
And so Israel proved to be perhaps a decisive issue. But more than that, and I think this is actually the real explanation, the Democrat socialists in New York City just have an unbelievable ground game. They have built up a political machine in New York over the course of decades, and they just simply knock on doors, phone bank, host events. And if you look at the numbers from Zohran Mamdani's original mayoral campaign, it's truly staggering. Karlyn Borysenko sent me some of the numbers. You should check her out on Twitter because this is what she does. She specializes in this. She said they're knocking on millions of doors, calling millions of people on the phone, doing phone banking, tens of thousands of volunteers. It's just next level. And so that's the real explanation. We're also going to get into some of this ideological stuff as well.
Bro. Do you have any idea how rare it is that when I send someone data, they actually listen to me and then articulate it correctly? Do you guys, let's get Nick about that's not a good freeze frame. There's a good freeze frame for Nick. We're not going to do Nick dirty like that. Do you guys have any fucking idea how completely and utterly rare it is that I send someone information, and Nick didn't ask for this information. I just thought it was deeply important for the moment, and so I fucking sent it to him and said maybe he'll look at it. Maybe he'll look at it, and can he please just properly inform his audience about... That's like all that I ask, guys. Honestly, even if Nick didn't, I know we got the Myron thing queued up. We're gonna watch the Fresh and Fit thing too. Even if Nick didn't credit me, if Nick had just properly articulated what actually happened to the public, that would have been enough for me. Honestly, he didn't need to credit me with it, but he fucking did. And that's awesome. That's awesome. It is so rare that I send this type of information to influential people, and then they not only articulate it correctly, they properly inform their audience about what's going on. They also give me credit and say it can't, like, it is so rare that this actually happens. I'm like almost crying right now. I'm so happy. Malcolm, thank you so much for the gifted channel memberships, bro. W's to you, good sir. Getting up to 57% of our goal. Guys, if you appreciate the work I'm doing, please gift some channel memberships out to the community. That would be the best way to support me, because it not only supports me, it also supports other people in the community. So we will give you W's in the chat. All right, can we just watch that again? Can I just, can I relive that moment for my own appreciation?
Democrat establishment pick, which was backed by the party leadership, the labor unions, and the institutions that typically represent the Democratic Party. All three of the candidates that Zohran Mamdani backed, as radical, as progressive as they are.
Hang on, we got Sam in with a member chat, so we're going to honor that. Thank you, Sam, for being a member of the channel for 16 months. Really appreciate it. And this is why Nick Fuentes is superior to all other influencers and is the GOAT. Yeah. Yep. I agree. I agree. Yo, Cynthia! Cynthia, our Emerald Queen, is here. W's in the chat for Cynthia. Also put some emerald squares or green squares in the chat for our Emerald Queen, Cynthia. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted channel memberships, Cynthia. You rock. You rock. There we go. Hang on, hang on. Guys, did you know that by getting me up to 100 channel memberships in a stream, I make just as much money as that black kid that the Daily Wire hired? Do you guys know this? By hitting our channel membership goals completely independently of any political system, because I am one of the only people on the internet, like Nick Fuentes, that is completely independently funded. I don't take money from any political group. I take money from average people on the internet who just care about the truth and want to know what's going on. You will never see me shilling a narrative, because I don't get paid to shill a narrative, and I never will get paid to shill a narrative. I get paid by people like you. Same way as Nick Fuentes gets paid, by the way. Like super chats, memberships to his special groups, merch sales, stuff like that. Nick Fuentes is completely independently funded, and that's why he gets to tell the truth. That's also why I get to tell the truth. And by hitting our channel membership goals, when I set them, I am actually making just as much money as a Daily Wire host is. At least this entry-level black kid that they tried to hire, they were only going to pay him like $500 an episode. 100 channel memberships. I mean, there are YouTube fees in there too. Like YouTube takes 30%, which kind of sucks, but like whatever. Like technically between that and super chats, I usually make around $500 an episode. And that's fucking awesome. And I'll be very transparent. People can do the math. They know how much money I make, right? But like, it's so important that we keep this independently funded. Like, it's not just about money. Listen, if I really wanted to make like a significant amount of money, I would go back and do corporate consulting, because I was making a fuck ton of money in corporate consulting. I could make way more money as a corporate consultant than I ever could doing shit on the internet. But this allows me to stay independent, and it allows me to be able to tell you guys the truth. And so I so appreciate all the support, guys. And the fact that there are young Daily Wire hosts signing up to that soul-sucking platform for just as much money as my community affords me, like, at least for the streaming stuff, like, that's fucking rad. I have the best community on the internet. Always said it. I love and appreciate you guys.
They all won their elections. So Mamdani was 3 for 3, and these are federal congressional seats. They're districts in New York City, but they're federal seats in Congress. And these are extremely radical DSA, like I said, Zoran-backed candidates that in a major upset defeated their establishment opponents. And everybody is wondering what exactly happened there. Why did this happen? What explains the success or the electoral strength of Zoran Mamdani in New York City? And we're going to talk a little bit about that, as well as some other subjects that are related to it. And I'll say in the first place, everybody is talking about the elephant in the room, which is Israel. It is true that in these elections, Israel and the role that the U.S. is playing in the conflict in the Middle East played a major role in these elections. What all of the progressive DSA challengers had in common is they're all very critical of U.S. support for Israel and critical of AIPAC and Netanyahu and the genocide and all of it. And all of the establishment candidates are pro-Israel. In some cases, they were even progressive themselves. Maybe just as progressive as their progressive opponents, but they're pro-Israel. And so Israel proved to be perhaps a decisive issue. But more than that, and I think this is actually the real explanation, the Democrat socialists in New York City just have an unbelievable ground game. They have built up a political machine in New York over the course of decades, and they just simply knock on doors, phone bank, host events. And if you look at the numbers from Zoran Mamdani's original mayoral campaign, it's truly staggering. Karlyn Borysenko sent me some of the numbers. You should check her out on Twitter because this is what she does. She specializes in this. She said they're knocking on millions of doors, calling millions of people on the phone, doing phone banking, tens of thousands of volunteers. It's just next level. And so that's the real explanation. We're also going to get into some of this ideological stuff as well. I saw this guy, Ryan Grimm from Dropsite, who has really become my nemesis and my...
Hey guys, just so you know, we do have the clip pulled up of when Nick mentioned me on Fresh and Fit earlier, but I actually do want to watch Nick's episode. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch Nick from last night. And then for the last part of the stream, we will watch what was said on Fresh and Fit today. And again, I so appreciate Nick putting this research out there. He is really one, he is, I mean, actually, you know what? Nick Fuentes is the only person that I can think of that has actually put this research out there. And by the way, I published this a year ago. I published this research in July of last year. I put this out there and I couldn't get anyone to talk about it. And so I was like, okay. And I didn't send it to Nick at the time. I just didn't because it wasn't like a moment for that yet. But I did send it to him the other day. And I'm so glad that he's talked about it because it is really important that people understand this wasn't a rigged election. This wasn't, you know, like any sort of like conspiracy theory. It really is just that the DSA has a insane ground game. Amalek's trying to distract me. It's that the DSA has an insane ground game in New York City. And it really is just the fundamentals. And sometimes like it's not always a conspiracy theory. Sometimes people like the left, for all of their faults, and they have many, they are amazing organizers. And the DSA in New York City has been training people to do this for the last 10 years. And they had a strategic plan and they executed on that strategic plan beyond their wildest imaginations. It is not rigged. Please stop making shit up. It is not fucking rigged. That is not why they won. They literally won, like Nick said, but this is also what the data said. He got this from the DSA's own data that I sent him the other day. They knocked on doors and they made phone calls and they targeted really specific communities and they had a voter registration campaign and they had a voter turnout campaign to make sure all the new voters they registered actually came out to the polls. They literally did every single possible ground game tactic that you could do. Okay. That is why they won. It is not any sort of conspiracy theory. It wasn't even Zoran Mamdani. People are billing this as Zoran Mamdani. It wasn't even really that because they have this ground game set up separately from Zohran Mamdani. And by the way, Zohran Mamdani has been involved with the DSA for over a decade. He's been involved directly with the DSA in New York City for over a decade. So Zohran Mamdani was instrumental in setting up the political machine that they have in New York City today. But it was not just Zohran Mamdani. It literally is. They have tens of thousands of active volunteers donating money, small donations, $5 a month, $15 a month, additional fundraising when they can afford it. They have tens of thousands of people knocking on doors in underserved communities. You know, Republicans, I released this data the other day and I made a video about it. You can find it on my Instagram, my TikTok. I think I uploaded it to YouTube as well, where I talked about the DSA in New York City specifically targeted districts that went for Trump. They literally specifically targeted voters that went for Trump in 2024. And they got 71% of those MAGA voters in one specific district they did a case study about. They got 71% of the MAGA voters they targeted to vote for Zohran Mamdani. And I posted this information out the other day, and I got all these comments from these MAGA boomers, and they said, why on earth would Trump voters vote for Zohran Mamdani? Okay, retards, well, let's think about it for a second. In New York City, the Republicans don't campaign. I hope people understand this. The Republicans do not campaign in New York City. They don't. They don't do anything. There was a Republican nominee for mayor, Curtis Siwa, or Siwa, whatever, how you pronounce his name. I'm sure I'm getting it wrong. He didn't get any GOP support at all. In fact, the GOP said, don't vote for the Republican candidate, vote for Andrew Cuomo. So you have a ton of people in New York City that voted for Trump because they were convinced he was a populist and they were convinced that he was going to help them bring prices down. That was the big thing for them. New York City is in a cost of living crisis. It is incredibly expensive to live in New York City, okay? So you have all of these people who basically voted for Trump because they were populists, and then none of their prices are going down, things aren't getting better, and you've got Zohran Mamdani coming on around saying, we're going to freeze your rent. We're going to make it more affordable. That was basically Zohran Mamdani's big campaign promise. Make it more affordable to live in New York City. And then the DSA specifically targeted Trump districts that went for Trump in 2024. They specifically went into those districts and knocked on doors, literally in person, and made phone calls and said, we're going to make New York more affordable. So you have all of these people who voted for Trump because it was a populist. Trump isn't talking to them anymore after he won. Republicans aren't even campaigning in New York City. Andrew Cuomo is an elitist that was not speaking to these people either. But you had the DSA that was going up to people's doors and saying, we're going to help you make things more affordable by doing X, Y, B, and Z. And so MAGA voters are confused. Why would Trump voters go for Zohran Mamdani? Because the DSA was the only group speaking to their concerns in the mayoral race. And that is why they got so many now former Trump voters to actually vote for Zohran Mamdani and the DSA, because no one else was talking to them. And nothing that Trump had done actually addressed their concerns about the cost of living, which was their biggest concern in New York. That is why. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a rigged election. It's literally just human issues that people don't like the cost. I mean, who isn't struggling with cost of living now? It is absurd. The amount of money I have to pay to buy groceries, thank God I don't have kids. Who isn't struggling with this? Who doesn't understand this, right? And so the fact that Trump has just fucked shit up over and over and over again, hasn't brought down costs for Americans. We're funding billions of dollars for a war in the Middle East. Quite frankly, a lot of people who voted for Trump in 2024 are really pissed off. And MAGA boomers don't want to acknowledge this. MAGA boomers, because they would never abandon Trump, they think no one else would abandon Trump. Oh no, I'll fucking abandon Trump. I'll abandon Trump when he breaks all of his promises, when he doesn't do anything, when he does about the issues that I care about. I'll abandon him in a heartbeat. And I think that many people in New York felt the same way when they just want to see their cost of living come down, and it didn't happen. Amalek says, I was just saying this on Adam's show yesterday. The right is going to lose because they are pretending that material needs don't matter. Well, at least the left is willing to try. Yeah. Guys, the left is willing to go out, knock on doors, talk to people directly. The right does not do this in places. The right doesn't really do this anywhere, but especially not in places like New York City, where they basically have given up. They've taken their toys and gone home. Okay. Anyway, we will watch this fresh and fit clip at the end, but I actually do want to hear Nick's full analysis. So let's get back to this.
My mind, this guy just bothers me. He seems like a nice enough guy, but he's dishonest. I see all of these progressives who are celebrating the victory of the DSA. They are really leaning on the Israel thing very hard. And they're doing this in order to obfuscate what they really believe in. What I mean by this is Zohran Mamdani and all these candidates are radical far left.
True.
Look at their platforms. It's queer liberation. It's abolish ICE, Medicare for all, abortion on demand. They are as far left as it gets. But as they are entering this ascendancy within their party, there are many people that are allied with them that want to pretend that this is some kind of anti-Israel movement. It's all about Israel. They're just anti-Israel patriots, and anyone that has a problem with them is pro-Israel. The only reason anybody would have a problem with abolish ICE, queer liberation, abortion on demand, Medicare for all, eat the rich, the only reason anybody could have any problem with that is if they're pro-Israel, if they're an AIPAC shill, if they're supporting Netanyahu. And I saw there's a very telling exchange about this on Twitter a couple of days ago, and we'll talk about that angle as well. So we're going to get into all that stuff. We're also going to talk tonight, if we have time, about an Iranian attack on a commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Drama. We're back. Drama. Not only is there drama.
Guys, can I tell you a secret? Can I tell you a secret? Can I tell you a secret? Amalek doesn't know that there is a difference between trans and queer. And he thinks that Tyler Robinson was a far leftist. And I just can't convince him otherwise. Because he is refusing to acknowledge that there is a big difference between trans and queer. You know, we're working on it. And we're going to get there someday. I have faith. He's a relatively smart individual. And obviously devastatingly handsome. But if you guys can just shame and bully Amalek until he understands in the chat, just, you know, please feel free to do so. I mean, I know Amalek is a big fan of bullying people when he thinks he's right and that they're wrong. But yeah, we can fix you, bro. We can fix you. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. The chat's going to bully you and you will come around to our sensibilities and it'll be fine.
Between Iran and the United States, but increasingly there is an emerging proxy battle between Rubio and Vance. And the negotiations are the battlefield. And so what's interesting is that today, Iran launched this attack on commercial shipping because the country of Oman has opened up a lane of passage in the strait, which hugs their coast, the southern coast of the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran wants to control the strait entirely. So they don't want Oman to have any influence over the strait. They don't want commercial ships to bypass Iran by using this Omani lane of passage. And so Iran is effectively shutting this down so that they can monopolize all of the shipping that goes through the strait. They can control it.
I'm not saying you should time out Amalek. Don't fucking time him out. Don't time him out. He hasn't said anything yet, but I'm not saying to time him out. Just shame him and bully him until he submits.
Tax it, claim ownership over it completely. Well, Marco Rubio came out very strongly against this in a meeting with the Gulf Cooperation Council and is insisting upon freedom of navigation. He's also coming out very strongly against Iran's support for Hezbollah in Lebanon. And it's increasingly looking like Rubio and Vance are in a battle. Vance needs the deal to succeed, and he's working with Iran and Qatar. Rubio.
You fuckers really timed out Amalek. It's gone too far. It's gone too far. Don't time him out. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Oh, you did it, John? Okay. Okay.
Oh, I think might want the deal to fall apart. Maybe he wants it to fail because then Vance owns the failure. And it seems that Rubio is
I'm sorry,
tending a little bit closer to
happen.
Israel and some of the other Gulf countries and seems to be pushing a much more aggressive posture in the negotiations and maybe indifferent about the outcome. So if we have time, we'll get into that. We might have to save it for next week because that's a pretty huge story and pretty interesting all by it.
If you guys time him out, he can't admit he's wrong. We have... Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to go back to this now. We're being serious.
But it's going to be a good show. A lot of news to cover. I apologize it's so late in the evening. I promise next week I'm going to be earlier, okay? Just been busy, but next week, and just a lot of other problems. My back's killing me. Sleep schedule's upside down. But next week, hey, but listen, next week, I'm going to be back on time, all right? We're going to be right back on track.
Sure.
So stay tuned. Before we get into the news, though, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Check out the merch store, Fuentes store. Hat is on sale.
By the way, if there are any groypers watching that are involved in the merch store, where the ever-loving fuck is my order? I'm just going to say, I feel like I ordered shit from Nick's merch store like months ago. I ordered a hoodie, I ordered a pair of shorts, and I ordered one of those groypette crop tops, and I'm pretty sure that I ordered these things so long ago that the sizes I ordered will now be too big for me. That's how much weight I've lost since I ordered these things, okay? So if there are any groypers watching that are involved with the merch store, where the fuck is my order? Just saying.
Quarter zip is on sale. I'm not going to be here tomorrow.
Justice
because
for me.
I will be doing a collaboration with Fresh and Fit. I'll be on Fresh and Fit tomorrow and doing a stream with Myron and some other people. So I'm not going to be doing a show. And it's been a while since I did a Casual Friday episode. So I want to get casual today. So I'm wearing the merch. You can get the quarter zip at Fuentes store. Check it out. If you want to support the show, become a Plus subscriber at AmericaFirst.plus. A lot of great benefits are coming your way. We're actually going to be increasing the amount of benefits for the $15 a month level. Soon, we will be introducing live streaming on the site. So you'll be able to watch the live stream and get in the proprietary live chat on the archive site. If you go to AmericaFirst.plus, $15 a month, you get all the episodes.
Oh, is that what happened?
Soon, you're going to get your own live stream, your own live chat.
My order never even arrived. They never
that's going to come later.
Shipped. It was
$100 a month. You get to be in the group chat with me. Join the $100 a month club. Get bonus content. Chat with me in the group chat. Hang out. I'm in there talking about politics, talking about oil and bricks and currency and all these things. People were asking me the other day about Iran's ability to now denominate their oil trade in dollars. They asked me whether that is actually a benefit to the United States because it's sort of re-dollarizing the oil trade as opposed to de-dollarizing. So we had a very long conversation about that and about China, other things. These are the conversations you only get in the group chat. So make sure to check it out, AmericaFirst.plus.
Oh, well.
Okay, with that out of the way, we're going to dive.
I mean, at least apparently my money got refunded. Allegedly.
In here. Hey. Did you guys see what happened on Twitter today?
What happened, Nick?
Oh boy. Oh, I've gotten myself into another one of these situations.
Uh-oh.
So look, let me just say at the very beginning. All right, look. Wait.
Oh, is this about Nick thinking that OnlyFans whore is hot? Listen. Let a nigga live, okay? Let a nigga live. Can you guys leave him alone? Like, if he, like, whatever. It's not like he's fucking the OnlyFans whore. It's not like he's fucking her. He just said she was hot. I don't think she's hot. I think she's incredibly weird looking and I don't fucking get it. But you know what? Listen, to each their own. People like what they like. Who the fuck cares?
Wait, let me just say at the beginning. Let me just say this. Hey, listen, can I defend myself? Can I talk? Can I talk? Can I just say my piece? Let me just say
Milo. I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute. Milo, I feel like the last time I saw you was when I took away your mod, and I don't really remember why exactly I did that, but I was going to give it right back, bro. I was literally going to give it back, and then you never came back, but now you're back, apparently. Now you're back. W Milo, welcome back, bro. Good to see you. Glad you got a channel membership.
something. Can I say something? So look, I disavow OnlyFans, okay? I think pornography is evil. Don't use it. Don't subscribe to OnlyFans. I don't support OnlyFans, okay? All I said on the show yesterday is that Sophie Rain is attractive. Okay, that's all I said. Apparently, this is causing an international incident. Everyone is crashing out. Everyone fucking hates me again. All I said was Sophie Rain, who happens to be an OnlyFans model, is hot. That is just a fact. I don't support her lifestyle. I don't believe in what she does. I'm not in favor of that. All I'm saying is she is attractive. What's the problem? I have been getting allegations my entire career for not being attracted to women enough or something. Noticed my whole life. I didn't know if I even really existed, but I do. And Sophie Rain is starting to notice. All I said on the show yesterday. That's on his end, not on mine. Okay, stream went down.
Yeah, his.
All right, refresh.
Refresh, motherfuckers.
All right, just refresh it. We dropped a few hundred frames. It's fine. Relax. Just refresh the stream. Anyway. Compliment. Sophie, you're well. I just call a spade as you're well. The clip.
It's a sound off for the rest of the stream now. Okay, no, it's sound.
Also, Groiper. Don't worry, I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later, Sophie. No problem. But yeah, how about that? How about that? A little shout out. I've always said, hey, suddenly it doesn't sound so ridiculous. What did I say like 6 months ago? I said I want to marry an OnlyFans girl. Everyone went crazy. I'll tell you later, Sophie. No problem.
There it is. We're back.
Yeah, how about that? How about that? A little shout out. I've always said, hey, suddenly it doesn't sound so ridiculous. What did I say like 6 months ago? I said I want to marry an OnlyFans girl. Everyone went crazy. Hey, maybe this is in the cards. Maybe this is...
No. Nick.
No, but we can't. No, but we can't. We can't actually. That's only a joke.
Don't do it.
I do hope you realize it. That's just a
Nick, never stick your dick in crazy. Don't do it, bro.
Joke. It's honestly, it's getting to the point now where I can't do anything right. I literally can't say anything without like whiny, seething faggots taking
disavow the F word, disavow. Obviously, I would never say that. Cynthia in with the W, please. Emerald squares, green squares in the chat for our Emerald Queen. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for your consummate support. The legend, the queen, the goddess. Love you, Cynthia. Thank you for getting us even closer to our channel membership goal. Really, really appreciate it.
Everything I say out of context. Am I wrong about this? It's literally everything now. Everything I say, everything I do, it just gets taken in the most uncharitable way.
Yep.
Everybody makes a big deal out of it. Everybody goes crazy. It's like I said the other night. I said, look, I'm not promoting it. I just said she's hot. Then again today, oh my gosh, he's promoting it all over again. Somebody goes, he's a gooner, blah, blah. It's like, what the fuck do you want from me? Huh? What do you want from? I thought, wait a second. I thought a few days ago, I'm not straight enough. Okay, this girl's pretty attractive. Oh, so now he's trying to make us think he is straight, and he's promoting porn. And it's like, what does anybody even want from me? I just can't say anything right apparently anymore. Everybody's going to have some big issue with it. I saw Sneeko. Sneeko has turned into the biggest whiny fucking brown clown of all time.
So real, Nick.
Can this nigga just shut up forever?
Can I just say, I am so fucking happy to see finally that Nick had enough of Sneeko's bullshit. And finally the groupers are allowed to attack Sneeko, because I thought Sneeko was a low IQ retard for years. And I understand why Nick cozies up to these people. Sometimes it feels a little bit like, spitting in my face, because I feel like he respects these people more than he respects me, which maybe isn't true. I don't know. But like there's times where I'm like, why does Nick show so much more respect to these low IQ fucking retards that are inevitably going to stab him in the back? Sometimes I have moments like that. But what I will say is, Sneeko is a retard, and he's always been a retard. And Adam Green is going to kick Sneeko's ass in whatever the fuck he's doing. They were debating Jesus stuff. Good. Well, and listen, no shade on Adam Green for using that platform. No shade on Nick for using that platform. I totally get, it's not something myself I would do with people that I don't like. Like, I will never have a conversation. Like, I will never go on Timcast. Like, for example, I will never fucking go on Timcast. That would be the biggest fucking waste of my time. There would be no conversation to be had. I would end up yelling. Tim would end up crying. Like, we all know how that would work out. Like, I'm not one to do the stuff that like Nick and Adam Green are willing to do. And I like, no shade on them for having a different philosophy than me. I'm just like, I don't want the relevance that Nick has. I still want to be able to remain a relatively unknown person as much as I can. So, but I guess I'm saying that I'm really happy to see the Groypers attacking Sneeko because he's an idiot. Just like they should be attacking Lucas Gage because Lucas Gage is behaving like such a low IQ retard. I can't even tell you. Just like, again, like I'm going to say it. I have been one of the very few people since October 7th that has not stabbed Nick in the back. I have seen so many people, Jake Shields, Sneeko, all of these other fuckers, so many other people have thrown him under the bus. And I never have. And so fuck those assholes that were just doing it to latch on to Nick's coattails. I feel like I've never really done that. I never expected the Groypers to come over and like be all up in my shit. I never expected that. That was not why I supported Nick in the first place. That it really wasn't. It's an interesting, kind of like situation where I have Groypers over here, but like, whatever. That wasn't the goal. But I feel like I see so many people cozying up to Nick just to use him for his audience. And I feel like, Nick uses people for their audience as well. But just some of the people who cozy up to him, Leonardo Gianni is one of the stupidest bitches on the fucking internet. It's just like, but I'm glad to see them attacking Sneeko because he fucking deserves it.
Ever. The biggest whiny, seething, low IQ monkey. And by the way, every single thing that he tweets, it's like a high school girl. He tweets, no one should have $1 trillion.
I know. I know.
Okay, what next? Corporations are trying to divide us. I think people should just have health care. It's just the lowest IQ. And now Sneeko's new thing is he's going to be a Zoran Mamdani dick rider. Isn't that right? Because that's the new thing, right? Now that
No way.
Zoran Mamdani is trendy, now that is what people are talking about, now that he
What
won
an
an election,
asshole.
now he's on the Zoran, Zoran friend, bro, Zoran Mamdani, I'm on that train. Really? You clout chasing monkey, you clout chasing stupid brown clown.
Disavow all racism. I am on YouTube, and I want YouTube to be very clear that we disavow all racism on this channel. We support people of every color, even if they speak fucking Spanish and refuse to learn how to speak English. We support them and we love them, and they are all valued and cherished. And I have to just really strongly disavow any racism or referring to people as monkeys on this channel, because disavow, Nick, come on. Disavow. I'm on YouTube. No racism, no anti-Semitism. We disavow all hatred of people for any reason. We love everyone here. W's old sub, thank you so much for the channel membership, bro.
It's the same thing in 2024. Remember in 2024 when he put the MAGA hat on and went out in New York and said, Trump wins. Oh, and I love Trump. Now I'm a Trump guy. Then he was a JQ guy. Now he's a Zoran guy. It's just cycling from one identity to the next. Andrew Tate's the most famous person. I'm a red pill guy. I'm a red piller. I'm giving dating advice.
Yo, old sub, W's again.
Oh, wait, Trump is winning.
Thank you.
Trump is famous again. I'm always MAGA. I'm MAGA all the way. Pro-Trump, pro-Tucker. Oh, the JQ's the biggest thing. I'm a JQ Avenger. Yeah, I'm with Nick and Tate and Myron. I'm with the and Clavicular. I'm with the JQ guys now. Oh, wait, Zoran's famous. Now I'm with Oh, the Knicks are famous. I'm a Knicks fan. Oh, the World Cup is on. Now I'm in the World Cup.
No, we're gonna watch Fresh and Fit at the end.
It's like, dude, pick a fucking lane. Who even are you? Who even know? No one even know. Are you Malcolm X? Are you a second coming of Muhammad? What is it? Anyway, so I saw he had something to say. I said Sophie Rain is hot. She smiled upon me.
She smiled
upon me. And then Sneeko is bitching about it, saying Nick is promoting the PSYOP known as OnlyFans, and that's why white people are being genocided.
Yo,
really, you fucking idiot?
One?
White people are being genocided because I said Sophie Rain is hot? Get a grip, bro. Get a grip and get your shit lined up, stupid ass, as well.
Get your shit lined up, Sneeko.
You go live with that hairline, get the shit lined up as well. Can we get that figured out? Anyway, so that was one. The other thing I wanted to address just very quickly before we get into the big news about the DSA, about Zoran and all the rest of it. I saw this clip from Tucker Carlson today. He was being interviewed. I don't know who it was by.
I'm going to hear Nick's take on this, but I'm so disappointed in Tucker Carlson, mostly because I would actually really legitimately love to have a conversation about the left with Tucker Carlson. I really, really would. I think it would be a super interesting conversation, but I'm so disappointed in how Tucker Carlson has treated Nick because it's just not real. And so I struggle with that. I'm like, do I even make an attempt to reach out to Tucker Carlson to see if maybe that is even something that could happen? I don't know if it would ever happen. I don't know. But like, I really want it to happen. I think it would be a fascinating conversation. But at the same time, I'm on Nick's side in this little feud because it's retarded.
Somebody from the UK. And they're asking him what he thinks about Tommy Robinson. And the journalist says, so, what do you think about Tommy Robinson and all that? And Tucker goes, oh, I think Tommy Robinson is fake. He's the Nick Fuentes of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm fake. Once again, Tucker Carlson doing another sneak diss.
Yo,
another
John!
Attack. And I want...
Thank you, John, for 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you, good sir. Really appreciate it. Guys, we are within 15 channel memberships of the goal. That's 3 people giving 5 channel memberships, and we're past the goal. Who's going to be the hero tonight that puts us past that goal?
I'm going to say fake. You can call me a lot of things. There's a lot of things you could call me, and, maybe it makes some sense, and maybe there's some truth to it, whatever. There's a lot of things you can attack me on a certain basis. But fake. I want to say, Tucker, you are the biggest shape-shifting chameleon in all of politics. Tucker Carlson,
but
is there
still.
one single belief that you held 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that you still hold today? 20 years ago, when Tucker Carlson was an adult man, he was going around bragging about how he's got trust funds on trust funds. He says, I'm an open and proud elitist. I'm a snob, and I've got so many trust funds, I never have to work again in my life.
Prita!
Now,
Prita, thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you. And I so appreciate all the tweeting that you've done. I see all your retweets. I so appreciate them. Thank you for sharing my work. Thank you for supporting my work. You rock. We got the K Rock here. W's to you, good sir. Thank you so much for the gifted channel memberships. We are within 9 of our goal. Look at that. Look at that. 91. Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the hero that gets us past 100 gifted channel memberships on a single stream? Malcolm. Fucking Malcolm. Malcolm. W's to you, Malcolm. Thank you so much for the gifted channel memberships. Malcolm is the hero that we needed for tonight. Bro, you are such an amazing supporter. I appreciate you so much. I also see the stuff you share on Twitter. Thank you so much for helping support my work by sharing it, by sending in these channel memberships. You rock, bro. Thank you so much. We are past our channel membership goal. Look at that, 101. You guys can still send in memberships if you want. Don't think like you still can if you feel like it. But I won't bug you anymore for it because we met our goal. Really appreciate all of you. Best community on the internet. Let's enjoy Nick's episode.
oh, his whole shtick is he's going to pretend to be like the working poor.
Yo.
He says,
Hang on. I spoke too soon. We got a super chat from Spartan over on Rumble. Thank you so much, Spartan. I kind of like this freeze frame of Nick. I'm not going to lie. I think Tucker is a fraud and a gatekeeper. Maybe. He always backtracks on Israel being too bad. Dr. Shiva exposed Tucker for being a fraud. I mean, I know, but like, I just think it would be an epic conversation. I just think it would be a very interesting conversation, regardless of if he's a fraud or not. I just think it'd be very interesting. So I'm torn. I really am. Old Sub, another hero of the channel, bro. You're still a hero to me. I love you. I appreciate you, Old Sub. Thank you so much. W's to you, good sir. You spoil me with your support. Plague Doctor emojis in the chat for Old Sub. So appreciate you, bro. You are the best. Look at that. 111. That's angel numbers right there.
I only have a single floor household and $50 million. I don't have $50 million. Where'd you read that? Oh, I just like to fly fish and I just like to go hunting and I just like to hang out with my dogs and I just drive this old used pickup truck. Nothing fancy, nothing pretentious, just this old pickup truck. And I had to bring my dog to this event because my wife was out of town and I was stuck with them. So that's fake. That's an affect. You had Tucker with the bow tie, trust fund elitist. Now you got Tucker with the flannel and the vest and the duck boots, and he's out fishing. 20 years ago, Tucker was a neocon. Huge supporter of the war in Iraq. He
also
went there.
Attacked by
Huge
a demon.
Supporter of George W. Bush. Infamously got humiliated by Jon Stewart for this. Now he's the #1 anti-neocon. Now he's the #1 anti-neocon against the wars, all wars. He's an isolationist. He bought a house in Qatar because that's his right as an American. He's in Saudi Arabia at the real estate forum. It's like this with everything. His entire identity. In 2021, he texted a friend, I hate Trump. Trump is a demon. I can't wait until we never have to talk about him again. In 2024, he spoke at the Republican convention that nominated Trump for president and said that Trump may not be the president, but he's the leader of America right now. Okay. But I'm fake. Have I changed any of my views in 10 years?
No.
10 years ago, I was at Charlottesville. 5 years ago, I was at January 6th. I think from the very beginning, I went out there against Israel, went out there against mass immigration, went out there as a Catholic. Those are all my same views today, but I'm fake. But I want to go further about Tucker because this is where you really learn what's going on there. In the same interview that Tucker says, I'm fake, I'm not a real, and when I say fake, that's not like a little schoolyard insult. He's saying that I'm illegitimate. That's different. It's an attack on my credibility. He's saying that I and everything I represent is some kind of a psyop.
So Radio Sack on Twitter says Nick has changed his views about 100 times. I think that Nick goes through natural evolution of his views based on new information or based on circumstances, but you have to acknowledge Nick Fuentes has also been incredibly consistent for the last 10 years. And if there is a change in his views or an evolution of his views, which I think we can all understand, we're talking about someone that literally came into adulthood live on the internet. It would actually be stupid to believe that Nick wouldn't change his views in some occasions between the time he's 18 years old and the time he's 28 years old, okay? So I think that Nick has, in some circumstances, evolved his views based on new information, but the evolution of his views has always been completely consistent with his most core values, which have not changed. So, for example, when Nick was convinced, and he turned out to be right, that Trump was going to go to war with Iran if he got elected president again in 2024, he said, I'm not voting for Trump. Now, this might seem contradictory to his previous views, in which he voted for him in 2016, worked on his campaign, all that stuff. I think he did vote for him in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. I don't really remember. I wasn't watching Nick at the time. And then all of a sudden, he says, I'm not going to vote for him in 2024, and in fact, actively campaigns against him. That might seem inconsistent, but it wasn't. It was completely in line with Nick's core views that he had held at least for the past 10 years. So if you take his core values of wanting to call out Jewish influence in American politics, every time he evolves his views, it's directly related back to what his core values are. Because that is the thing that he cares about, I think, the most, is calling out this thing that he believes is toxic to America as a country. And so if he says, I'm not going to vote for Trump, even though I voted for him in the past, that might seem inconsistent until you understand that Nick's core value was never being a rah-rah magatard. Nick's core value was Jewish influence in American politics. And when he saw Trump saying, we're going to be America first, we're going to unapologetically be America first, that was in line with his values. When it became clear that Trump was no longer aligned with those values, Nick changed his vote.
It's not what it appears to be. I don't sincerely hold these beliefs. The movement isn't really organic. That's actually the charge. And that's just really interesting because his views are not stable at all. They have actually done a 180 in every way. His affect, his personality, his style and story, his ideology, the whole thing. But here's really the big one. In the same interview that he says Nick Fuentes is fake, he says J.D. Vance is real. He says, J.D. Vance is my best friend. I'll support him wherever he goes because all he cares about is God and his family, and he's one of the best and most upstanding people I know. Really? So I'm a fake actor. I'm insincere. I'm illegitimate, but J.D. Vance is so real. Tucker, J.D. Vance isn't even his real name. He doesn't even use his real name. That's a fake name. That's actually the third name that he's gone by in his life. And he's not even a very old man. That's the third name that he's been on. He's changed.
Okay, but can you acknowledge that all of you are older than him? And he was 18. All of you are older than him and possibly wiser and possibly even more handsome on a good day. But like, can we just acknowledge that he started doing commentary at 18 years old? How much stupid fucking shit did you say and do at 18 years old? okay? How much stupid shit did Adam say and do at 18 years old? How much stupid shit did Richard Spencer say and do at 18 years old? Can you give him some grace, please?
Changed his first names, he's changed his last name. From Bowman to Hamill to Vance. And then it used to stand for something. Now his name is just JD. His name is fake. 5 years ago, JD Vance was a never Trumper. Now he's the vice president for President Trump. 10 years ago, Vance was in favor of Obama. He said that Obama was a genius. He said he was sympathetic to his transsexual friends. He said America should be the world's policeman. Now he's a national conservative, and he's in favor of isolation or restraint. He's a social conservative. Now he's going to war against the radical left, against the Muslim socialist left. 10 years ago, J.D. Vance voted for Evan McMullin, who I will remind you was a CIA agent hand-selected by Bill Kristol to run against Trump in the 2016 election in Utah. So I'm fake. That guy is apparently real. And it is so obviously wrong on its face. When you see something like that, you realize there's really no argument to be made. Nobody can honestly believe these things at the same time. Obviously, I'm real. I started when I was an 18-year-old college kid. I have the same views now that I did then. How could that even possibly be fake? It's the age when I started. It's the stability of my views. I would go further. It's the fact that I have been deplatformed, the fact that I was persecuted under the Democrats, persecuted by the Republicans also, the fact that I'm banned from the platforms, constrained monetarily in terms of platform access. It's just not even a question. You can disagree with me, think I'm an idiot, think I'm a hothead. You can think a lot of things. Fake, I am not, obviously. I'm a live streamer. I go live 3 hours a night, every night for 10 years. There's nowhere to hide on a live stream. There's nothing to hide.
True.
There's nowhere to hide. It's pretty much what you see is what you get. Nobody could keep up a charade like that at age 18 for 10 years with that level of consistency. JD Vance is obviously fake. Everything about him is fake. He changed his appearance. He changed his name. He changed his religion.
By the way, just as an aside, I don't know if I will ever forgive Tucker Carlson for this infraction. When I broke the Coke Be Less White story in 2021, does everyone remember this? One in the chat, if you remember when I broke the story that Coca-Cola was doing training with its employees that literally had a slide that said, try to be less white. And I broke that shit open on the internet. I got tens of millions of views. It was one of the biggest stories I've ever broken. When that happened, Tucker Carlson didn't have me on to talk about it. Tucker Carlson never even contacted me. Tucker Carlson literally had J.D. Vance on way before he was vice presidential ready to talk about my story that I broke instead of just talking to me directly. How fucking wild is that? How wild is that?
He changed his ideology. He changed everything about himself multiple times in the past 10 years. And the only reason he's even in office is because of a cabal of donors who are extremely mysterious, like Peter Thiel, for example. So no one can realistically believe that I'm fake and JD Vance is super duper real. What that tells you is that Tucker is a liar. That's not one of those things where you hand wave away and say, I don't know, that's just a quirk of his personality. No. There's no explanation for that other than clearly Tucker has an agenda. He's lying about me and lying about Vance for the same reason, which is he's pushing an agenda. The same reason he needs to discredit me, it's the same reason he needs to buttress Vance's credibility, because he is principally involved in the J.D. Vance for president operation. I am against Vance, so I need to be discredited and Vance needs to be promoted. It's literally that simple. And look, I just don't like liars. I just don't like liars. I don't like people that are lying to me. And if Tucker's lying about that, what else is he lying about? Is he lying about himself? Is he lying about Peter Thiel? I'll add another thing. Isn't it really interesting that Tucker Carlson believes in literally every single conspiracy? He'll entertain all conspiracies about demons, giants, remote viewing, time travel, ancient aliens and ancient giants in Mesopotamia. Israel killed Charlie Kirk. 9/11 was an inside job.
This is a good point,
JFK was killed by Israel. The Liberty was an inside job. The Trump assassination was an inside job. Isn't it interesting that Tucker will entertain literally every single conspiracy, the mystical ones, the spiritual ones, the political ones, the Jewish ones, the medical ones, about the vaccine, about chemicals, but the only conspiracy that Tucker doesn't believe in is that there's something up with Palantir and Peter Thiel. Isn't that so interesting?
Yeah, this is one of the strongest points that Nick has ever made on the whole Tucker Carlson affair. And isn't it also interesting that Tucker Carlson will consider all of those conspiracy theories while at the same time declaring emphatically Nick Fuentes is fake? Okay, well, whatever, Tucker. Okay, I don't believe that. That's retarded. Can we stop lying, please?
When Theo Von asked Tucker about Palantir, Tucker says, "Oh, I don't know anything about that. Oh, I wouldn't comment on that. I don't know anything about that," he says. That's interesting, because you seem to be doing a lot of noticing and knowing about giants. He interviews people that claim to be psychics that can remote view distant locations through telekinesis. He interviewed somebody that told him a story about a psychic that could see a giant inside of a military base in Alaska using his telekinetic abilities. He knew all about that. He knew all about that, such that he could actually recall and volunteer additional information to supplement the interview. He knew all about that and believes in that. But Palantir, the company founded by his best friend, Peter Thiel, he don't know anything about that. Oh, I don't know anything about that, he says. And I'm sure it's innocent. And anyway, let's just change the subject. He was interviewed by Jack Neal, friend of mine, the other day. Jack Neal says, "What do you think about Palantir and Peter Thiel?" "Oh, I don't know anything about that. I just think that Peter Thiel is thinking about civilizations and he wants to escape to New Zealand." Okay, well, that's not really answering the question, is it? So here's the question, Tucker. Why do you believe in every conspiracy theory? You'll bring on flat earthers, psychics, mystics, exorcists, conspiracy theorists, but Palantir and Peter Thiel, we don't want to touch. We don't want to entertain, and we don't believe in that one. That one's a force for good. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that really, really interesting? I wonder, oh, wow, I wonder why that is. Could it be that he's a part of that one? Peter Thiel has known Tucker since '92. Peter Thiel backed J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is going to run for president. Tucker is going to support him. You think that might be why Tucker is not going to talk about Peter Thiel and Palantir and the rest of that in an open and honest way? Yeah, it's pretty obvious. And you think maybe that's why I need to be fake. Yeah, that's why I'm fake. Because remember, when he called me a Fed and when he confronted me on his show, he said, the reason I think you're fake is because you're attacking the real America First voices like Vance.
Okay. Hey, Dragon Tail, thank you so much for the super chat. Nick is correct. Tucker and his refusal to delve into Palantir, Thiel, Vance, but won't have a discussion with someone like Whitney Webb, who uses primary source evidence, is suspect. Yeah, I mean, it's a strong point. I do agree with it. To a certain extent, I mean, I don't know. I would still love to have a conversation with Tucker. I have apprehensions, obviously. That's why I haven't really been pushing probably as much as I could, but it's all true, though. It's all true. I get the criticism.
That's why it is rhetorically necessary for me to be a bad faith actor. That's why I'm fake and Vance is real. Palantir, I see nothing, I hear nothing, I speak nothing. Oh, but Nick, who is talking about that, well, he's fake. He's not real. He's a Fed. Don't listen to him. He's a disinformation agent. If he supports a candidate, he's trying to David Duke them and hurt them by proximity. If he attacks a candidate, it's because he's subverting and undermining the real people that are going to fight the neocons. It's so, and that's just, and isn't that just what it is? Isn't that just so obviously what it fucking is with this guy? And I can't stand the sheer hypocrisy. You're a liar. You're a fucking liar. Your dad was in the CIA. Don't fucking cry about your dad that was in the CIA. Okay, bro? Because that's a little trick. Very sorry your father died. I'm sure he was the #1 spook of all time. We're not going to Erica Kirk this one. We're not going to Erica Kirk this one. Get your fucking handkerchief, wipe your tears about your daddy, and let's talk about how he was at Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Let's talk about how he was a Reagan appointee to run Voice of America for the CIA. Let's talk about how he was the one that told you didn't get in the CIA. You applied for the CIA in 92, and your dad, who works for the CIA, is the one that told you didn't make the cut. Are we allowed to talk about that yet? Or do you still need a minute? Do you still need a minute? Do you still need a minute, Mr. New Englander, us WASPs? We don't complain. Do you need another minute? Nick is attacking my family. No, I'm not attacking your family. I'm just saying where they worked. Your dad worked for the CIA. Your son worked for J.D. Vance. Your nephew works for Palantir. Can we talk about that? Or are we going to Erica Kirk this one? Oh, it's too soon. Are we going to see Tucker driving by in his limousine? No one talk about my dad that ran Voice of America. No one talk about Palantir. I believe in giants and aliens and demons and time travel, but there's nothing going on with Palantir, I promise. There's nothing going on with this company that is currently being run by a Jew who says his biggest fear is Christian nationalists throwing him out a window. This company named after the Seeing Stones that betrayed the user in Lord of the Rings, that is making kill lists for Israel and Gaza as we speak, and which was brought into this administration on the heels of Doge because Elon is part of the PayPal mafia, and that's how they got Gotham, Palantir software into Social Security Administration, Treasury Department, HHS. Palantir was brought in under the pretext of government efficiency. Now that Doge has been dissolved, Palantir stays. Sort of interesting. Oh, but I'm sure Peter Thiel's, he's just a good guy, right? It's like, don't lie. In Jesus' name, no more cap, please. No more lies. I can't, for someone like him to say something like that about someone like me, fuck you. I'm fake. Buddy, everything about you, you wear makeup. Everything about you is fake. We all know you were on Retta. That's the other thing. In the same interview, he goes, I would never take those peptides. Really? Then what was going on with your neck 6 months ago? You fucking lie. He lies like he breathes. He has literally no relationship with the truth. And then he's going to call me the liar. Please. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm fake, but that the entity known as J.D. Vance, yeah, that's real though, right? Hey, Usha. How you doing, Usha? The theologian known as P. Diddy. Yeah, that guy's real. Yeah, that's real. Give me a break. Oh, don't insult our intelligence. The Groyper army, the fucking Groypers are fake. Yeah, but John Donald Bowman Hamill Vance, that's totally real. Okay, sure thing. Sure thing. Can we talk about your dad yet? How long has it been? For crying out loud. CIA's #1 critic, who's in bed with the CIA, doesn't want you to talk about his dad that worked for the CIA. Okay. That's the one conspiracy we're not going to touch today. But please tell me more about, like I said, tell me more about how pandas aren't real. Tell me more about flat earth and the other fucking nonsense. Anyway, we are going to move on. We are going to get into some actual news. That just drives me absolutely insane because it's just like, why are you why lie? Why are you lying? You want to disagree with me and attack my ideology? Okay, fine. You know, you want to say that I attack women too much? Yeah, fine. Okay, sure thing. Whatever, dude. You married your high school sweetheart. Congrats. You won. What else do you want? Fucking cookie, dude? You know, congrats. You married your high school sweetheart and you had 5 daughters. Whoop-de-doo. Here's your trophy. Say that. Call me fake? Please. Anyway. We are going to move on and
move
get
on,
into the
Nick.
story about New York City.
Remember,
that was like a big show that I did last year when we talked about what, these deep roots with Tucker Carlson. And it's like everybody just forgets that. I'm talking about it with Dave Smith. Last time I was in New York, this comes up on the show. And Dave says, well, he's always been nice to me. It's like, oh, he was nice to you. Oh, well, in that case, I guess he's legit. And I like Dave, but it's like, come on, thumbs up there. But I do want to move on. Okay, we're going to get into this story about New York City, and then we're going to move on into the super chats. Our big news for this week is that the Democrat Socialists of America, backed by Zohran Mamdani, have swept the Democrat congressional primary in New York City. Huge news on Tuesday. The New York primaries were being held. And Zohran Mamdani, the recently elected mayor of New York City, backed 3 congressional primary candidates in the Democrat race for Congress, all progressives, all Democratic socialists. Each of them was up against an establishment opponent. And all of their opponents, down to the man or woman, they were backed by Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat leader in the House. They were backed by the labor unions. They were backed by the institutional Democrat Party. And the big story out of Tuesday is that every single one of these Zohran-backed progressive DSA primary candidates won their races against the establishment. Every single one. And not only that, but the DSA gained seats in the New York State Assembly as well. And so it looked like a blowout night in New York for the Democrat Socialists of America, for the far left progressives of the party. As
Not
far
progressives.
left as it gets.
No.
This is a story from the
Okay, hang on. This is going to be nitpicky, but just on the off chance that this information makes its way to Nick. The Democratic Socialists of America are not progressives. Progressives are a completely different group. Progressives still want to uphold capitalism. They get right up to the line, but they don't want to overthrow capitalism. The Democratic Socialists of America do want to overthrow capitalism. It is a fundamentally different group. I know this is nitpicky, but it is actually really important that people understand this. Democratic Socialists of America try to recruit progressives to radicalize them to the far left, but it's very important that we know that they are 2 separate groups. So we'll work on that.
New York Times, it talks a little bit about what happened. It says, quote,
on
Tuesday, Democrats backed by large labor unions, their House leader, and the party's longstanding Black and Latino old guard were drubbed up and down the ballot by left-leaning insurgents whom the mayor, Zohran Mamdani, threw his weight behind. Democrats across the country have shown for months that they are furious at the...
So the left doesn't care about skin color. The right is way more obsessed with skin color than the left is. When the left is talking about skin color, well, they're not talking about skin color. When the left is talking about whiteness, white supremacy, racism, they're not talking about skin color. They're talking about capitalism because they believe capitalism created all racism. So none of them want to kill all white people. None of them, literally, most of them are white. They don't care about skin color. It's always about capitalism. I explained this at the beginning of the show.
Party leadership for failing to stop President Trump, and they have been willing to use their votes to show it by embracing populists and leftists. Mr. Mamdani's candidates toppled 2 incumbents, Representatives Daniel Goldman and Adriano Espaillat, and Jewish and Dominican Democrats who had the support of major labor unions, popular local politicians, and Hakeem Jeffries. In addition, Claire Valdez, a little-known DSA assemblywoman, easily defeated Antonio Reynoso, the Brooklyn borough president, in a race for a soon-to-be vacant congressional seat. Down the ballot, Mr. Mamdani and the DSA were also on track to pick up 6 new seats in the state legislature, increasing its presence in Albany from, or rather to 15 lawmakers from 9. Mr. Mamdani offered his own assessment on Wednesday, saying his candidates had prevailed because voters were hungry for politics.
No. You believe this because you didn't understand their language. I have explained their language. I did so at the beginning of the show. If you missed it, you can rewind. You believe this because when you heard it, you didn't actually understand what they were actually saying. So I'm not going to explain it now. I've explained this a million times before. If you want to learn, come to the channel another day. Watch my stuff on Substack. But if you don't, I'm not really going to go into it right now.
Prioritizes working people over foreign entanglements, particularly in Israel. Referring to Daraliza Chevalier, who defeated Mr. Espaillat, Mr. Mamdani said he expected the congressional candidates that he backed to focus on a vision, as Daraliza often talks about, of investing in babies and not bombs. That, he said, is the kind of conscience, clarity, conviction that has been missing in our politics for far too long. In the 13th district in Upper Manhattan in the Bronx, Ms. Chevalier, the far-left organizer and a PhD student who defeated Espaillat, got her votes largely from young white people, while her opponent got his from older Dominicans, according to an analysis by John Mollenkampf, a professor of political science at CUNY Graduate Center. Brandon Mancia, the regional director of the United Auto Workers, one of the few unions that backed both Ms. Valdez and Chevalier, said the Democratic Party leaders had failed to understand how crucial opposition to Israel had become to Democratic voters. He said, quote, people have really had enough of the blank check to funding the Israeli military and support either materially or politically to the occupation in the West Bank. That has become a real red line. So this is the big question.
What happened? Why are we stopped?
What exactly we should attribute this to? Why is it that the establishment, the party apparatus, the unions, the Black and Latino caucus, why are they getting utterly annihilated and wiped out by these far-left socialist community organizers? And it seems like there's really 2 explanations. And one, maybe the big one, is the issue of Israel. The Democrat Party establishment is pro-Israel, and they have to be, because that is the big Democrat Party.
And by the way, I don't disagree on the Israel point. I think one of the ways that Zohran Mamdani set himself apart from every other person running for mayor in New York City was literally saying he wasn't going to go to Israel. He was going to stay in New York and serve New Yorkers. And so I think that this is a really valid point. It's separate from the point I'm making about fundamentals of ground game, but I also do agree with this, and both of those things can be true.
Party money. That is the big Jewish money, is all pro-Israel, and maybe they don't like Netanyahu necessarily, and maybe they don't love everything that's going on in Israel, but they are pro-Israel, and on some level, they even support what is going on right now. And so the Democratic Party effectively has to be pro-Israel. All these far-left progressives are anti-Israel, Israel critical. Many of them are even Jewish. Many of them would even identify as liberal Zionists. They may be Jewish, they may support Israel and a liberal vision of Zionism, but they're against U.S. support for Israel, and in particular, U.S. support for Israel's wars. And so this is a big dividing line, but it's not the only thing. I would argue that the real reason that the DSA had a very good night in New York is simply because in New York, they just have a center of mass.
Boom!
What a lot of people don't realize is that the Democratic Socialists just have a massive ground game.
Yep.
They have a huge infrastructure in that city. They've got tens of thousands of activists. They've been building this up for years. They have been building up a network of small dollar donors, door knockers, phone bankers, activists. And I looked at some reporting that was done by Karlyn Borysenko on Twitter. She did a really nice thread about this earlier in the week. She listened in on one of the DSA party meetings.
To be clear, I did that thread last year after Zohran Mamdani won, but I re-upped it last week and then I sent it to Nick. So Nick may not have seen it last year when I originally did it, but I put it out again this week because it was highly relevant.
Years, they have been building up a network of small dollar donors,
W's for
door
Nick,
knockers,
please.
phone
W's.
bankers, activists. And I looked at some
so the DSA now, it's not only in New York, but the DSA network in New York is the strongest. And what you have to understand is, and Nick just said this, the DSA in New York has been really aggressively pushing this for a decade. They have had a long time to build up the system that they have. That's not to say that they aren't trying to export this strategy into other places. They are, especially after the success of Zohran Mamdani. They were basically Zooming DSA members in New York into other DSA meetings all over the country. How do I know that? Because we infiltrated their meetings and recorded them. So it's not to say that this doesn't exist in other areas, but the most robust place it exists right now is in New York City. That is like the epicenter, and they're trying to export that strategy into other areas, but this takes time to build. What the DSA has built in New York City is not going to be built up overnight in other places. It takes a decade to do it, okay? So coming soon in other places, but New York was the first, the largest, the most effective, and that's why Zohran Mamdani is currently the mayor of New York.
Reporting that was done by Karlyn Borysenko on Twitter. She did a really nice thread about this earlier in the week. She listened in on one of the DSA party meetings, and the numbers are just unbelievable what they're doing. And this is from one of her Twitter threads. It says that the DSA in Zohran Mamdani's mayoral race, we don't have the numbers yet for this primary, but for Zohran's mayoral campaign last year, the DSA knocked on 1.6 million doors. They made 2.3 million phone calls doing phone banking. They had an army of 30,000 volunteers, and they hosted 3,000 events in the run-up to the election in New York. And that was all within 100 days of the election. Okay? So in a city of 8 million people, metro area I think is bigger, but in the city limits, I believe it's 8 million people, they knocked on 1.6 million doors. So what is that? Like 13%? A little bit more than that. I guess that's like 18%. Of the entire city, they knocked on their doors. 25% of all New Yorkers, they called on the phone. Thousands of events, tens of thousands of volunteers. And these are people that are motivated. These are people that are fanatical. These are people that are excited. They're being trained up. They got the t-shirt and they're going out every weekend. This is just straight up people power.
Exactly.
They raised millions of dollars from a donor network of 20,000 small dollar donors. And in the city, they have this program where they actually match the contributions.
Yes.
So they had 20,000 small dollar donors. Average donation was $80. And so when you consider the depth and the breadth of that ground game and just on the numbers, you realize what is going on here. Moreover, when you look at the polling in Zohran Mamdani's mayoral campaign, he was an upset victory because he outperformed his polling numbers. It turns out that Andrew Cuomo,
yes,
year,
I wrote this too.
He performed about as well as the polling predicted. Zohran Mamdani outperformed the polling by a significant margin. So why is it that the polls were right about Cuomo, wrong about Mamdani? It's because they didn't realize what the ground game was doing in the city, which is they were converting Trump voters to being Mamdani voters.
Yes,
they were going out to young people that ordinarily wouldn't have voted and got them to the polls.
Yes.
They got people that historically stay home. They got them to register and they got them out to vote. And so it's very similar to like in 2016, like that shy Trump effect, where Trump was able to get some of the Obama voters and Trump was able to get people that hadn't voted.
Let's do Nick. They're Preda. I am so happy right now. I feel like I'm going to cry. I'm so happy right now. He got every single talking point from that Twitter thread. He is the first person beyond me to articulate this information, which I think is deeply important to a mass audience in the years since I published it. That's wild, man. That's wild. Nick is like, I'm very grateful that he looked at the information and I'm gratefully took it seriously. Like, massive W, massive W.
Young people that ordinarily wouldn't have voted and got them to the polls. They got people that historically stay home. They got them to register and they got them out to vote. And so it's very similar to like in 2016, like that shy Trump effect, where Trump was able to get some of the Obama voters and Trump was able to get people that hadn't voted in a few cycles or maybe ever. He was able to turn out these people, in that case, because of the strength of the message. In this case, the DSA and these progressives in this particular city, in this particular situation, why are they outperforming expectations? Why are they having these big upset victories? Why are they outperforming what they're expected to do? It's because they're hitting the pavement. They're pounding the pavement. They got 30,000 volunteers. They're knocking on millions of doors, making millions of calls, doing thousands of events. They have tens of thousands of small dollar donors, and they're getting people out to the polls that don't usually vote. It's a lot of young white people. It's a lot of non-conventional ethnic minorities that are going out to vote that maybe don't usually vote. Maybe it is people that are more right-wing populist or people that don't traditionally vote in a midterm election and in a midterm primary election. That's a source of their strength. And so when we talk about what happened in New York in particular, we have to be careful not to overlearn the lesson and to say that this is some kind of national trend that people are crying out for democratic socialism or progressivism. I don't think that is necessarily the case. When we look at New York City in particular, we have to think about the particular political situation, which is that New York has become a hotspot of democratic organizing. And I think there's a lesson in there for Republicans. We have to take a page out of their playbook and do the same thing.
Exactly.
Which is one, geographical concentration. I really believe the future is to go into friendly areas, friendly cities, friendly states, and to build up a local network of activists, allied businesses, allied donors, allied politicians, and just engage in the people power. You got to pound the pavement. You got to turn your people out. I don't know what a conservative city might be. Maybe that's Fort Worth.
No.
Maybe that's a city like, I don't know about Miami. I mean, that's a city in a right-wing state. Maybe it's Tallahassee. Maybe it's, there aren't too many right-wing cities. Maybe it's Oklahoma City. Maybe it's Coeur d'Alene. Here's the problem, however, and this is a structural problem. Unfortunately, leftists just outnumber us in the cities that matter. Sadly, New York City is the most powerful city in America, followed maybe by LA, San Francisco, DC. And what these cities all have in common, huge populations, education centers, business and government centers, major ports where commerce happens, cottage industries like government, finance, entertainment, tech. And the other thing they all have in common, a ton of international people, a ton of foreign-born, ton of immigrants, ton of non-whites, extreme diversity, people with advanced degrees, wealthy people. And what this means is they're all too liberal. So sadly, in the major population centers where the power truly resides, this is where you have a giant underclass of immigrants and DoorDash drivers and students and couriers and Uber drivers, all these different disaffected types of people, minorities and immigrant communities and people that are just generally left-leaning in their disposition. So it's a huge population base to tap into for soldiers, activists, small dollar donors, assemblymen, all these different kinds of things. And so can we take a page out of their playbook? Maybe in principle, which is concentrate geographically, focus our energy, our resources, our human capital, but the manner in which we apply it is not going to be necessarily the same. Take over Fort Worth? Okay, who cares? Take over Oklahoma City? Okay, who cares? Maybe we got to think bigger and think take over Texas, take over Florida.
That would be more productive.
Take over North Carolina, take over a state. Maybe we don't have the geographical concentration and the numbers to take over a giant city, a major metro like New York, but can we take over a state like Texas? Are there enough among the 38 million Texans that are right-wing? Perhaps. Maybe this is the lesson that we learn. It's more in principle rather than the precise application. But clearly this is what the Democrats are doing. And what they're able to achieve with this is a vanguard-like effect.
Yes, true.
Even if New York City may not necessarily want socialism or may not necessarily want Sharia law or queer liberation or whatever, maybe they do. But they're getting it because of a highly motivated, fanatical, ideological vanguard.
Yes.
In other words, who is going to build the army? As it turns out, if New York is a city of 8 million, you don't need 4 million people. You don't need 4 million people to sign up to your ideology. You don't even need the majority of the voters to sign up to your ideology. Who will win the majority of voters and then control the entire polity is the group that is able to create an army that will convince enough voters.
Yes.
To win the election. So what I mean by that is Zoran doesn't command an army of 8 million, but he controls a city of 8 million. Zoran didn't need the majority to win the election because the majority didn't even vote. He didn't even need the majority of the people that voted to be 100% on board with the DSA. What he needed was 30,000 volunteers.
Yep.
What he needed was just 30,000 out of 8 million, and maybe they're not even out of that 8 million. But what he needed was 30,000 people here, 30,000 people in the city, 30,000 people that believe in the message enough that they were willing to do something.
Exactly.
Who can get 30,000 people to get off their ass, put on the shirt, and knock on a door? Because if you have an army of 30,000, you can do 2.5 million calls. You can do 2 million door knocking. You can do millions of dollars. You can do 20,000 donors with $80 average contribution. You only need 30,000. You only need that vanguard. And sure, some of them are going to be at the lowest level, knocking on the door and making the call, but others are going to be middle management. Others are going to have skills that they can bring to open up an office and to manage a team and do things like that. Others are going to be.
And then and I didn't tell Nick this, so that's probably why he didn't know it. The DSA in New York City also has a program where the more experienced political activists train the new ones. So not only is Nick is absolutely correct that you have like lower level people, you have like middle management, you have like the executive committee people, the people who chair all the meetings and all that sort of stuff. The higher level people, they actively have a program in place where the higher level people train the lower level people to continue moving them up the ladder to get more higher level organizers so they can bring in more lower level people. And that is something they are doing very purposefully. And we actually got that we have actually listened to the DSA call from the other day. So we do have some new data. I didn't have it ready yet, so I didn't send it to him. I did put out the full presentation. If you guys can find that on my Twitter, or it was on a spy stream that we did. But like they flat out said in the meeting right after they won all those seats, or all the nominations rather, they flat out said part of the reason we were successful is because we're constantly training the new people that are coming in to be more experienced activists and political operatives.
Larger donors. In other words, people are going to have different levels of expertise, but it's about getting an army of people that believe enough to take action in one place. And those are the soldiers that are going to go and recruit the voters.
Yep.
See, it's all about these buckets. The voters just need to be committed enough to, on one day, cast the ballot.
Yeah, we got a super chat from, look at that amazing freeze frame from Nick. Very rugged looking. Thank you, Dragon Tail, for the super chat. I so appreciate you. Cities globally are set up to be connected, collective environments that exist on different values than suburb and rural, where individualism and private property are foundational. Cities easier to mobilize. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Definitely 1,000% easier to motivate people in a city because there's unique culture in the city. You're in a more enclosed ecosystem. And it's just like you have access to more people than you do in rural or suburbs. Really appreciate it, bro. Great point.
But what happened behind the scenes is you needed 30,000 people that were committed enough to actually go out. And that's the basis of the people power. Could Andrew Cuomo get people to door knock at that level, phone bank at that level, doing events at that level, contribute at that level? No, he didn't have nearly as many donors. He didn't have nearly as many door knockers. They didn't believe in it. And so sure, he had the endorsements and he had the labor unions and he had the big money behind him and he had some of the national media and the New York Times and all of that institutional power on his side, but he didn't have the people power. And you see, this is why the Republicans fear the Groypers fundamentally.
Yes.
Why do they fear the Groypers? Why do they fear me? It's not because we're going to get 180 million people to believe in Groyperism and vote for the Groyper president. That's not why. It's not even because they think there's 100 million of us or 50 million of us. It's because there might be 50 to 100,000 of us across the country. 50 to 100,000 of us that could maybe go to a state or a city or wherever where it counts. And in a close race, maybe they can make a difference. And I don't think the time is yet right for the Groypers to come out in full force. We have to choose the battle very carefully. You see, this is the thing. In 2026, you saw that race in Ohio. It's a huge state. Too many people. Casey Push, not a great candidate. Even the people power in Ohio might not have been enough to overturn it. What's more, there are some other difficulties with the far right that the far left does not have. It's not socially unacceptable to be far left right now.
True.
If you go out and claim to be a member of DSA and watch Hassan Piker and the rest of it, you don't get fired from your job. If you put on a t-shirt that says, I'm DSA, a journal.
You know, I was just thinking about this. Well, there we go. That's a good freeze frame. I always like to make sure Nick has a good freeze frame when I'm gonna cook a little bit. So one of the things I think people don't understand, and it's just kind of like an interesting thing, what Nick just said about like it is socially acceptable to be like a far leftist. I was thinking about this after I talked to Owen Schroyer the other day. And if people haven't seen the interview I did with Owen Schroyer, it was a great chat. I've uploaded it to my channel. I think Owen actually put it on his channel as well as an individual clip. So you should definitely go watch the conversation we had. But in that conversation, Owen was like, they don't organize on social media, do they? I never see them on social media, excuse me. He said, I never see them on social media. Are they organizing on social media? And I said, yeah, they're organizing all the time, but they're doing it on Instagram. Instagram is where the far left is organizing. Now, people think it's all on Blue Sky. Of course, there is some stuff going on Blue Sky, and we monitor Blue Sky as well. There are a ton of far leftists on Blue Sky, obviously. But the fact of the matter is that the audience that you have access to on Blue Sky pales in comparison to the audience you have on Meta, either from Facebook or Instagram. Where I see most far left organizing right now, it's not on Blue Sky, it's on Instagram. And I don't think people understand this. And I was going to make a YouTube short about it, but I'll talk about it here too. It's like, why the ever-loving fuck is Mark Zuckerberg, if he supports Trump and is working with Trump, Trump has declared Antifa a terrorist organization. Antifa, literal Antifa organizations are doing a metric fuck ton of organizing on Instagram. which Mark Zuckerberg owns as part of Meta. And so why do you like it is so easy for conservatives and right-wing people to get banned off of Meta, whether it be Facebook or Instagram. But Antifa, and again, I can literally point you to dozens of Antifa groups right now that I actively follow to monitor them and that sort of stuff. Like, why is Zuckerberg allowing these groups to organize on Meta if Trump has already declared them a domestic terrorist organization and Zuckerberg is, supporting Trump, working with Trump, whatever the fuck is going on there, which of course I don't like that either, because I don't think big tech should be in bed with the White House in either side of the case. But can we just acknowledge for a second, like, Mark Zuckerberg is literally allowing Antifa, an organizing platform in which they are openly advocating to do illegal things, like all the time. And I just don't think people understand that is where the organizing is happening. And maybe one day I will bring you guys down the Instagram rabbit hole that I see almost every single day, so that you can really understand. It's like, if you don't know, people have been asking me a lot lately. They're like, Karlyn, where do you even find this shit? Okay, I've been monitoring the far left for 5 years. I have, in the last 5 years, figured out where they post their information, what their account names are, things like that. I monitor all this stuff in real time. I have setups on Instagram. I have all their email stuff, so I get those. I have it under multiple fake identities, all this stuff. I have like a whole fucking dashboard in which I'm looking at this stuff all the time. If you do not know how to find this information, you can exist on the internet never seeing it, especially if you're doing most of your social media on something like Twitter or even something like TikTok. I don't see a ton of far left organizing on TikTok. I also don't use TikTok that much, so that might not mean anything. But like, if you only exist on Twitter, like I think a lot of more right-leaning people do, you're going to totally miss all of this stuff that is happening on another platform because you don't know the right accounts to follow. You're not monitoring it on a daily basis. So it can be very easy. I totally understand why Owen Schroyer was like, I never see this stuff. Well, probably because you're spending most of your time on Twitter, honestly. But if you go on Instagram and you start following the Antifa accounts, and by the way, they don't, well, with rare exception, they don't block people. There have been a few Antifa groups that have blocked me, and I just follow them on a secret account that they don't know about. But like, you can go online and find all this stuff. It's happening right out in the open. And that is honestly how I find most of the content that we watch on this channel. I haven't gotten a haircut in like 3 years, bro. So I don't know what you're talking about, but I do appreciate it. But I haven't gotten a haircut in 3 years. Like literally, I have not. This is why I have so many split ends. I haven't gotten a haircut in like 3 years, but I appreciate it. So that is the key, guys. It's like, how do I find this stuff? I know where to look. And once you know where to look, you start going down these rabbit holes where your algorithm completely starts conforming to this stuff. And then you just see it literally every single day. I see Antifa organizing on Instagram.
Huge state, too many people. Casey Push, not a great candidate. Even the people power in Ohio might not have been enough to overturn it. What's more, there are some other difficulties with the far right that the far left does not have. It's not socially unacceptable to be far left right now. If you go out and claim to be a member of DSA and watch Hassan Piker and the rest of it, you don't get fired from your job. If you put on a t-shirt that says, I'm DSA, a journalist isn't going to show up and dox you and get you kicked out of your job and interrogate you. Do you believe in everything Nick Fuentes says? That's what happens to us, though. And so it's not so simple to translate it. We struggle with translating that into the real world because the second that I put up a rallying point and say, hey, everybody, let's go out here and we're going to do a rally in Phone Bank, you know who's coming with us? 50 different journalists. If I say, hey, everybody, let's all go to Ohio and we're going to phone bank and we're going to door knock, yeah, 1,000 of you are going to show up. And you know who else is going to show up? 20 journalists. And they're going to take a picture of everybody there and everyone's going to get doxxed and they're going to be interrogating everybody saying, do you support what Nick said about the Holocaust and this, that, and the other?
True.
And so we have to go about it in a way that's more clandestine. And this is why I tell my followers, This is our approach. I tell the groypers, you need to get involved at the local level on your own. And I know that's not a sexy, exciting thing you want.
Guys, I need to step away for a moment because I really need to pee. But I'm going to be listening and I'm going to let this play, but I can still hear it and I will be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be back.
To hear, but you need to go to your college Republicans. You want to find groypers? College Republicans. College Republicans and young Republicans. Do it tonight. Google it. My local college Republican, young Republican chapter, and join your local Republican Party. Get involved in a campaign. Start to get out there. And slowly but surely, the Overton window is going to change more and more. There's groypers everywhere. There's groypers in the administration. There's groypers at Turning Point USA. There's groypers at Fox News, at Daily Wire. There's groypers in the CR. We're everywhere. There's groypers in Palantir. There's groypers everywhere all the time. And what we just need is to raise up that army, find out where we are, and start to create these cells across the country. You see, Hassan Piker has sort of the same problem that I have. If he goes and endorses a candidate, they get asked about his comments about 9/11 and the rest of it. If he shows up at an event, it has the same effect if I show up to an event. Not one-to-one, but it's similar. So what Hassan Piker does is he puts those ideas out there and he converts the masses to the ideology with the viral clips and the live stream, and he relies upon those young people to go and volunteer themselves, and then they're going to follow. The assemblyman, the mayoral campaign, the congressional campaign, whatever. You then need to be the sleeper cell. That's how we have to think of ourselves. You can't destroy an ideology. We need to have these groyper sleeper cells. No one's going to know who's a groyper and who isn't. No one's going to, and maybe even if
Nick
they
is
do,
right.
Can't do anything about it. Can't prove it. Can't fire that guy. We need him. Maybe that guy's boss is a groyper too. But that's what we need to do. Sleeper cells. This is why we need to be digested by the system in a way. You need to go in, enter, and be digested and just become a part of the fabric in your community, in your area. And this is how we're going to slowly make change over time. This is what the DSA has done over the period of decades. They've done this over decades, community organizing, and it's not sexy and it's not fun and it's local issues, and you got to be committed for years. And yeah, sometimes.
And it's not just that the DSA does organizing, although they do a fuck ton of that. The DSA has created an entire social ecosystem where it's not just work, they also play. They have social events together. They do things together. They have meetings where they just do fun shit. And so it's like, it's not just about the drudgery of all like the boring shit. And Nick is right about this. Like, organizing is not sexy. It's not glamorous. It's not going to give you internet clout. It's not going to do any of those things. It's literally making phone calls and emailing people and coming up with like plans and then executing on those plans and stuff like that. So it's not sexy. It's not glamorous, but they do it anyway because they are part of a larger social ecosystem in which these are their friends. They have fun together. They do other things that aren't just work. And so that part is important as well.
Sometimes you're going to meet your favorite live streamer, but most of the time not. But this is how we make real change. It's who is going to have that durable ideology. It's the ideas. It's the ideals. People say, we're not going to post our way out of this. Yeah, we fucking are. Because it's about spreading those ideas. The ideas transform the minds of the people, and the people that believe the hardest, those are the ones that are committed for 20 years.
This is a really important point. There are many, many people in my community who literally go undercover in real life. Average person is one of those people. He goes undercover in real life with far left groups. And I know that many other people would agree with this. When you go to a leftist event, I have been to many, my community members have been to many. If they believe you are on their team, those events are fun to go to. If they believe that you are part of their group, they welcome everyone. And it doesn't matter what you look like. You could look really weird, or you could look normal, or you could look anywhere in between. It doesn't matter what your weight is. It doesn't matter if you're weird and awkward and autistic and all of these things. It doesn't fucking matter. Everyone is welcome as long as you are on their team. Everyone treats everyone really well, and they are fun to attend. Reagan agrees too. Also someone who's gone undercover at these events.
Years. Those are the people that are committed enough to show up on a weekend and knock on doors and phone bank and the rest of it. And we've got some unique challenges as well. But that's the takeaway on ground game. Now, I want to say one other thing about this, and then we're going to probably move on into the super chats. Here's the other thing about this DSA situation, which I want to point out. There has been a strategy, very concerted on the left. They are using criticism of Israel as a Trojan horse for radical left politics.
True.
Have you ever noticed that some of the most prominent Israel critical journalists are leftists? I'm talking about guys like Ryan Grimm, Glenn Greenwald, Max Blumenthal, okay? Drop Site News, the Glenn Greenwald program, The Intercept, The Gray Zone, Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker at the Young Turks. These are all left-wing outlets. And what they do is they beat the drum against Israel, criticism of the war. They invite people in. But what do all these people really fundamentally believe in? With these candidates in particular, everyone is hailing the victory of these DSA progressive candidates in the primary as a victory over AIPAC. The anti-Israel progressives have triumphed over the pro-Israel establishment. Anti-AIPAC has triumphed over AIPAC and Netanyahu. This is how it's being characterized. But what else do these candidates represent? In the case of every single one of them, Claire Valdez, Brad Lander, Daria Liza Chevalier, you go on their campaign website, they support abortion on demand, queer liberation, Medicare for all, taxing all millionaires and billionaires.
Can I just say, I love that Nick is using the term explicitly queer liberation, because that is the correct term to use. Liberation means I missed a super chat. I'll get that. I apologize. Liberation means the overthrow of capitalism. Queer liberation means the queers overthrowing capitalism to free themselves from the oppressive capitalist society that is oppressing them with cis heteronormativity. And we can go into all that stuff on a different day, but queer liberation is actually the exact correct term, and most people don't use that correct term. I apologize, Edward. I didn't see the super chat. Must have been when I was in the bathroom. A well-organized 100 majority can rule oh no, you sent this in earlier and I meant to get it. I apologize. A well-organized 100 majority can rule a disorganized 1,000, excuse me, I'm going to read this correctly. A well-organized 100 minority can rule a disorganized 1,000 majority. Yeah, that's 100% correct, Edward. I appreciate you sending it in. I apologize for missing it the first time, but I hope that made up for it.
They support abolishing ICE. They support giving free legal representation to illegals that have encountered DHS. They want to get rid of the prisons. They want to defund the police. This is a very radical left-wing agenda. And if we get their agenda, it means open borders.
Yep.
It means mass migration.
Yep.
The illegals are never going anywhere. It means we're destroying the economy by taxing the rich, taxing the middle class,
yep.
the businesses. Criminals are not being arrested in the streets. People are doing drugs in the streets.
True.
And you look at these people, down to a man and woman, they hate America.
Yes.
Well, one of these candidates that won, this Chevalier, she had a tweet in 2019. She said, I didn't have a napkin at the restaurant, so I just wiped my hands on the American flag. She says, defund the police.
That's because, and again, this is for new people who might be watching, so you don't know all the leftist language. The left believes the United States was built on capitalism. Capitalism is always their number one enemy. When they say capitalism, they mean private property ownership. They believe that the United States Constitution was literally written to uphold the property rights of the bourgeois, the capitalist class, the oppressors. The Constitution was written to oppress the proletariat, oppress the worker, oppress the, well, oppressed for lack of a better term. And so they believe that the United States government was built on capitalism. When they say liberation, when they say abolition, what they're actually talking about is the overthrow of the United States government and the abolition of the Constitution. So do they hate America? Yes, they're literally trying to abolish it. That is like literally the entire point. When they say land back, when they're doing land blessings, they are mourning the theft of the land. When they say land back, they mean overthrowing capitalism and returning the land to the collective caretakership of the indigenous people. When they're talking about Turtle Island, as in the Turtle Island Liberation Front, that was the leftist group last December that the FBI arrested for trying to like bomb like areas on New Year's Eve. The Turtle Island Liberation Front is about giving the land back. Turtle Island is the name of North America prior to colonization, prior to Europeans stealing the land. It's critical people understand this. The reason they're so anti-American is literally their entire ideology is built around the idea of overthrowing capitalism. The US government is built on capitalism, so the US government must be overthrown. Hope that makes sense.
Police, abolish the police, abolish ICE. And what the left is doing is they're bundling their radical left-wing agenda and they're putting a label on it, which is, well, this is just what it is to be anti-Israel. And they've been doing it for a long time. You know when they really started to do this?
And
there's a very
do you know why Israel is connected to this? The left hates Israel for this is a horrible freeze frame for Nick. Hang on. There we go. Better. Well, that's better. More rugged. The reason that Israel is connected to this is that the left hates Israel for exactly the same reason as the left hates America. They believe America was colonized, where the land was stolen from the indigenous people and privatized under the oppressive force of capitalism by adding borders. Borders are a form of capitalism. Borders are the enforcement mechanism of private property. The Europeans came over, stole the land, put borders around it, and made it exclusive so that not everyone could use it. That is what they believe about America. That's capitalism in America. Being colonized, land stolen, United States government created on stolen land. This is why they do land back. This is why they do land blessings. They hate Israel for exactly the same reason. Israel are the settler colonists. That's what the left calls them. The settler colonists came and stole the land from the indigenous Palestinians, privatized it under capitalism, literally excluded Palestinians from their land by literally building a wall. They hate Israel for exactly the same reason they hate America, because they stole the land from the indigenous people, colonized it, privatized it. Israel is also a representation of capitalism for them. So it has nothing to do with Israel being Jewish. The left doesn't care about Jewish anything. It also has nothing to do with the Palestinians being Muslim, because the left doesn't care about Muslims. The right is way more obsessed with Muslims than the left is, I promise you. It has to do with Israel stealing the land from the indigenous, colonizing it under the oppressive force of capitalism. That is what the left believes, regardless of whether you agree with them. And what you think doesn't really matter. It really doesn't. We're talking about what they believe. They believe Israel did exactly the same thing as America did, and that is why these issues are connected.
Abolish ICE. And what the left is doing is they're bundling their radical left-wing agenda and they're putting a label on it, which is, well, this is just what it is to be anti-Israel. And they've been doing it for a long time. You know when they really started to do this? There's a very specific point in time, I believe, and no one talks about this, when they started doing this, and that was September 10th, 2025.
Right.
Charlie Kirk was killed by Tyler Robinson. He was. Tyler Robinson's transgender boyfriend sold him out. His parents turned him in. His DNA was found at the scene of the crime. His grandparents' gun was found in the bush, discarded after the killing. Tyler Robinson.
Is Amalek still in the chat? I kind of hope no. I hope Amalek's not still here.
Robinson was the killer. He confessed. And what was Tyler Robinson? He was part of the radical left.
No.
He was in left-wing Discord servers. He organized.
No. Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. No. This section is a Nick L. I heard about it, but you know what? I understand why Nick believes this. We're going to work on it. I'm not going to argue with him about this right now, but Tyler Robinson was not a far leftist. If Nick thinks that Tyler Robinson is representative of the queer far left, Nick has no idea how bad it gets. Tyler Robinson was a progressive at best. He was not a far leftist at all in any way. And that's just reality. And I say that is like Nick said that this is my area of specialty, the far left. But even within the far left, my real area of specialty is the queer Marxist far left. I know queer Marxism better than I think any other non-leftist in the country. There are actually leftists who refer to my material to teach other leftists what they believe. That's how much I've studied queer Marxism. That's how good I am at this shit. I understand their ideology completely. Tyler Robinson was not a part of that subculture. He just wasn't. He was a progressive. I'm not saying he wasn't on the left, but he was not on the queer radical far left. And the reason this is important is because the queer radical far left is so much worse than Tyler Robinson. It's so bad. And it is obvious to anyone who has ever studied queer Marxism with me that Tyler Robinson was not on the far left. If you want more information about that, you're going to have to come back another day. I also have an extensive archive covering queer Marxism on this channel. You can look it up.
Organized with left-wing students. He was one of these people that would have been in favor of Zohran Mamdani. He's a radical left,
that might be true.
Trans liberation, socialist progressive.
No.
Hicklin.
No.
That's what he was.
No.
He killed Charlie Kirk. And what immediately happened after Charlie Kirk died is all of a sudden there was a mandate from an angry nation, which was unequivocally destroy the radical left. Everybody in America was horrified by the violence. Everybody other than the most extreme elements on the left.
Tried.
Young people and old
people. He did a good
job
overall.
People and white people, men and women, boys and girls, gay people. Everybody was horrified that Charlie Kirk was gunned down, gushing blood out of his neck at some campus college event. And the mandate was unequivocal, which is find the culprit, destroy them. And that's exactly what the government was going to do. Didn't they say Stephen Miller and Vance were on the case and they were going to root out and destroy DSA and these socialist cells across the country?
Yeah, true.
But then what happened? What happened right after that is all of a sudden everybody started to muddy the waters and blame it on Israel. Suddenly there was this narrative that people were wearing maroon and there were these Egyptian planes chasing Charlie Kirk and there were a bunch of Israelis there. And what about the angle from behind him? Didn't Charlie Kirk didn't he just crash out on Bill Ackman? Would you like to know where this narrative originated? The narrative that Charlie Kirk was killed by Israel originated in the gray zone with Max Blumenthal.
No
Max
way.
Blumenthal is a Jew.
No way.
Max Blumenthal used to work for the SPLC, the Huffington Post, Slate, the most far left publications that are out there. And you think this guy criticizes Israel? He was out there doing hit pieces against David Irving.
Hey, man.
The Holocaust, the World War.
Hey, hang on. That's so much better freeze frame. Hey, listen. Chud the Builder was also banging a tranny. So I don't think we can have banging a tranny anymore as a surefire indication that you are not that you are a leftist, because Chud the Builder, the guy who literally is on trial for shooting a black person after he called him the N-word with the hard R and the black person reacted, or maybe even, I don't know exactly what happened, but it's something to that effect. I don't think that Chud the Builder was on the left at all. And yet we found out today all over Twitter that Chud the Builder was literally banging a tranny, or it seems maybe Chud the Builder actually got fucked by the tranny, which is even worse, if we're being honest about it. No shade to gay men. I'm not saying anything against gay men. I love gay men. Gay men love me. I'm a consummate fag hag. You guys know that. But like in the world of right-wing dissidents, there's a difference between fucking a man and getting fucked by a man. And we're talking about dissident right-wingers here, okay? That's why I'm saying it's even worse. Not that it's whatever, do whatever the fuck you want. I don't really care. But so the idea that someone banging a tranny is proof that they are a leftist is now unequivocally no longer true. One apparently can bang a tranny and also be a right-wing crazy person that shoots black people after he calls them the N-word or whatever the fuck he was doing.
That are out there. And you think this guy criticizes Israel? He was out there doing hit pieces against David Irving, the Holocaust, the World War II historian that happens to be a Holocaust revisionist for the SPLC. He's a radical leftist. He's a socialist. And Max Blumenthal is the one who initially promulgated the false narrative in the gray zone that Charlie Kirk might have been killed by Israel. Max Blumenthal made up the story that Bill Ackman crashed out on Charlie Kirk. He made up the story that Netanyahu tried to pay Charlie Kirk $200 million to stop criticizing Israel. Neither of those things were true. Bill Ackman brought the receipts. It turns out that Charlie Kirk asked for a meeting with Bill Ackman, selected the people that attended the meeting, and all those people then went on a trip to Israel after the retreat. This $200 million contribution was never corroborated by any other source. But that was the story that everybody took, Candace Owens included, and it was off to the races. And you know who else was pushing this narrative all over social media? The American Communist Party. The American Communist Party headed up by...
Hang on. Again, I do this interlude for people who don't come to my channel regularly. The American Communist Party is irrelevant on the far left. What real leftist activists believe about the American Communist Party is they are fake communists and are on the right. They believe the American Communist Party is fascist. So I don't give a flying fuck what Haz al-Din says. I monitor all major leftist groups. Haz al-Din is not, and the American Communist Party is not involved with any major far left organization. They aren't sponsors of any events on the far left. They aren't even welcome at those events. The rest of the leftist activists shit talk them. Like it is, so I understand it has communist in the title, and so people might be confused. The American Communist Party is an internet LARP by Haz and Jackson Hinkle. That's all it is. It is not influential on the far left in any way.
Haz al-Dink and that other nitwit Jackson Hinkle.
Mm-hmm.
Those were the people that were the shock troops pushing it on Twitter. And that's because maybe some people have suggested that Tyler Robinson was in their Discord server. So whose head would have been rolling on the floor? Whose head would have been rolling down the steps had the government and society been unified against the radical left? It probably would have been those people that were pushing this narrative that it was anybody other than the radical left that did the killing. That's how it started. But then it kept rolling on and on. When the socialist Nicolas Maduro was extradited from Venezuela, who was out there saying that was an Israeli op? The far left. When ICE killed those two protesters, and Hassan Piker and the radical left in Minneapolis were firebombing ICE facilities and attacking ICE and attacking Border Patrol, what did they say then? They said, well, ICE is trained by Israel. It's an Israel issue. And this is the pattern. The left is pushing their agenda everywhere, always, their ideological agenda. They're pushing their agenda covering up the murder of Charlie Kirk. They're pushing their agenda covering for Cuba and Venezuela. They're pushing their agenda covering for these Somalian migrants in Minneapolis. And in every single case, they hide behind Israel. And they say, oh, the left didn't kill Charlie Kirk. That was Israel. Oh, you think the left did it? What are you, with Israel? We didn't remove Nicolas Maduro because he's aligned with China and Russia. No. We removed Maduro because of Israel. What are you, with Israel? You support American empire? You're with Israel? Same thing with ICE. Oh, you don't support Somalians stealing all the tax money and sending it to their country? What are you, with Israel? ICE trained with the IDF, you know. What are you, with this pro-Israel administration? This is what the left is doing. They are taking their ideology, they're bundling it with Israel criticism, and this is like a Mott and Bailey. What they're pushing is they are pushing a pro-China, pro-Russia agenda. They're supporting Maduro in Cuba. They're supporting open borders.
The left is not pro-Russia. The left is not pro-Russia in any way. The left is actually very pro-Ukraine. The left is not like Russia. That's not true.
Abolish ICE, Medicare for all, pushing trade unions, all this garbage, pushing abortion, feminism, pushing anti-white tax policies. And then if anyone has anything to say about it, they retreat and they say, oh, well, you're just with AIPAC. You're just with Israel. And they're all doing that. Ryan Grimm, Max Blumenthal, Jackson Hinkle, Hassan Piker. This is what they all do. I don't want.
So what even is the far left? I'm going to send you to a website. It is an extremely helpful website. Hang on one second. Let me get it loaded. Let me get it loaded before I send you there. We got to warm up the internet. I'm in a hotel internet, so we're doing what we can. Okay, I'm going to send you to this website. This is decodetheleft.com/map. And I literally delineate the groups on the far left and their characteristics because it is important that you understand these characteristics. I am going to update this just slightly, but we'll use the current one for this moment. They're basically, there's no consistent far group on the left. Like the left is a spectrum. On one end, you have the Democrats, which are corporatist and want to uphold capitalism. You have liberals who are capitalists and just want everything to be fair and just want, there to be no racism and hate and all that stuff. You have progressives who want a lot of free shit, but again, they are not willing to go so far as overthrowing capitalism. They go right up to the line, they dabble in it, but they don't actually do it. Progressives are the easiest to chip away from like the so-called like moderate normie left because they're just further along the spectrum. So you have Democrat, liberal, and progressive. Those are more moderate normie people that are on the left. They have leftist ideas. Tyler Robinson is a part of that group of three, okay? When you get to the far left, and again, I'm going to update this chart because I've gotten better at explaining it since I created this 2 years ago now. When you get to tier 4 and 5, that is where we get into the far left. The far left wants to overthrow capitalism. That means private property ownership. That means the federal government. You have two types of groups on the far left. The first one, I'm going to update democratic socialist to actually say reformist socialist because it's a more accurate term. There are many groups on the far left that believe that they can overthrow capitalism by winning elections and making small incremental changes over time, okay? Those are what is called reformists. The Democratic Socialists of America are one example of that group. The Working Families Party is another example of that group. Pretty much anyone that's like making a real effort to run for local office, they are reformist socialists, okay? So they do want to overthrow capitalism, but they do not want to do so violently. When you get to tier 5, this is where you find Antifa, although there are many people that are revolutionary socialists that are not in Antifa. Revolutionary socialists do not believe in elections. They do not vote in elections. They do not run candidates in elections. They actually consider the DSA to be traitors to their pure political cause. They think the only way that they're going to get rid of capitalism in this country is to violently overthrow the government. Antifa is a subset of tier 5 revolutionary socialists that are the most militant, the most violent, the most destructive. But there are a lot of people that are revolutionary socialists that are not in Antifa explicitly, or that may be more like Antifa adjacent. They know what's going on, but they don't really involve themselves. So those are the main groups. There are definitions to these things that are very, very specific with how they show up in the world. When I'm saying the far left, I mean tiers 4 and 5. I do not mean Democrat, liberal, and progressive, because those are fundamentally different groups. Again, that's decodetheleft.com/map. You can find all the information. I have charts, I have pictures, I have all this shit. So take advantage of it, but I appreciate you asking the question. Thank you.
I don't want queer liberation. I don't want open borders. I don't want to abolish ICE. I don't want to defund the police. I don't want Medicare for all and taxing millionaires and billionaires. I don't want a policy where we're pro Venezuela, Cuba, and China. It doesn't even make any sense. I'm right wing. And by the way, I'm America first. How is it America first to let illegal immigrants take over our country? How is it America first to not deport them?
Yeah.
How is it America first to redistribute the wealth?
How do we get Nick to look at Decode the Left? Nick is a man of his own will, okay? If Nick wants to look at my website, he'll look at my website. If Nick doesn't want to look at my website, he won't. But like, listen, I'm not going to give Nick too much shit. He did an excellent job breaking down the DSA data. If he's getting a nitpicky point wrong here or there just because he hasn't been exposed to the information yet, or like I don't really communicate with Nick all that much. I only try to communicate with him when it's actually something important that he needs to look at. So I try to use that like privilege sparingly, but like we'll bring him along, okay? Don't worry about that. But am I gonna do a campaign like Nick? You have to. No, I'm not gonna do that. Like I'm not his mother. He knows he has access to me if he wants it. He knows he can always ask me questions if he wants to. Like if he's interested in this information, he will ask for it. So that's how I feel about it. Thanks so much. Appreciate the super chat.
From taxpayers, business owners, middle class people, and give it to illegal immigrants and their children, to educate them, to take care of them when they use the emergency room as their health care, to pay for their subsidized housing, to pay for their food stamps. People talk about affordability. Here's an idea. Why don't we deport 10 million people? Don't you think that we're running a giant deficit? Don't you think we're running out of money? Don't you think everything is unaffordable because we have a giant population of people?
Uh-oh. Hang on. Shit. My headphones just died. Hang on. If you can hear me, hang on. Gotta change my audio. Just gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Because my AirPods just died. They ran out of battery. So, hang on. I'm just changing my sound settings. Hopefully this doesn't fuck shit up too much. Okay. Can we play this? No. Oh shit, did I just lose where I was?
Population of people.
Oh, still trying to play in my AirPod. Hang on one second. Oh, hang on.
Population of people.
There we go. Pluck. What the hell could not connect to? I'm not trying to connect to MacBook Pro. I just want to play it in my speakers. Why you gotta cock block me, computer? One more time.
Population of people.
Oh, come on. Seriously. Hang on. Sorry, guys. I'm on hotel internet.
Population of people.
Go. Play. Come on.
Population of people.
Oh, it just keeps doing that. Hang on one second. Maybe if I disconnect and reconnect. Maybe if I turn it off and turn it back on.
Population of people.
Nope. Okay, let's try to watch the Fresh and Fit clip real quick. Okay, this is working. Okay, so I feel like we got through enough of the analysis on that. So again, like hang on, we'll do Nick a solid with a better freeze frame on that one. Okay. There we go. There we go. Listen, I feel like we got most of his take on that. I don't know why this is not working now, but I'm assuming it has something to do with my AirPods. It does seem, though, as though the Fresh and Fit clip from earlier, where Nick again talked about me on Fresh and Fit, which I think really probably made Myron Gaines happy because he hates me, because I call him the N-word with the hard R, because, you know, Myron Gaines is an N-word with a hard R, and I think we all just need to acknowledge that. But I want to go back and hear what Nick said earlier tonight about me. We're starting it about 10 minutes before I think when he said it, because someone told me this is when they start actually talking about the left. So, well, let's see what happened on Fresh and Fit earlier tonight.
Well, obviously, cool. Yeah, guys, come on over. Kick.com/MyronGainesX, kick.com/MyronGainesX. We're going to have, obviously, After Hours with Girls, too, with Nick. It's going to be fantastic. It's just going to be me and Nick tonight, man. Pause. So it's going to be a good time, okay? So I don't want to hear no bitching about anything. It's just, it's the Nick and Fit show, okay? What was I going to say? You guys switching? Okay. Damn, I lost my train of thought. Fuck it. We still got a bunch of stuff to talk about anyway, so it's all good.
Audio's good?
I was talking about
cool.
Before I was talking about the shit.
Well, he is an idiot.
Oh, the progressives.
Oh, yes, the progressives. Are we good? Yeah. We're good, Robert? All right, welcome to the show, faggots. Okay, now I can say what the fuck you want to say. What I will say about the progressives is, like, even though they're faggots and they're losers, right? Frank. Oh, okay.
Frank?
Yeah, his name is Frank. Yeah. He came right up to you. So even though, like, these progressives are faggots and they want us dead, right?
That's some sub-Saharan African low IQ right there. That is some sub-Saharan African low IQ on the part of Myron. Okay, whatever. I don't listen. I think Nick can be influenced with things like data and evidence. I don't think Myron Gaines is smart enough to understand what we do here. And so am I going to worry about every single thing that Myron Gaines is going to say wrong in this? No. Myron Gaines is a low IQ retard that would not make it in my community more than a single day without having a massive hissy fit meltdown in the chat. He wouldn't listen. He would want to be this fucking center of attention because he's a narcissist. And he's a low IQ narcissist with delusions of grandiosity too. And so, you know what? We're just going to listen to this, and we're going to listen to what Nick has to say. I'm not going to stop every single time Myron Gaines says something retarded to point out that he is a low IQ sub-Saharan African. Okay?
They hate guys like me and you. They detest us. They call us Holocaust deniers and Nazis, which is cool, fine, maybe on Saturdays.
They don't actually.
But, like, what I will say is they brought an enormous amount of awareness to the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I've always looked at it like they attack the problem from, like, a humanitarian perspective, like, oh my God, they're killing people and genocide, apartheid state, or etc. Right? Which is whatever. But I will give credit that, like, you know, because I'll say this, progressives are way more active than we are, right? Let's be honest. These motherfuckers will go out and protest, like, free Palestine, going nuts or whatever. And it's brought awareness to the problem. You know what I mean? So that's one of the benefits. Obviously, they don't attack it from the same perspective that we do. Like, me and you come in like, yo, these guys are subverting our government. This is an issue. Get them the fuck up out of here. You know, we come at it from a nationalist perspective. And we also understand that, like, let's be honest, Jewish power creates a lot of problems.
I just want to say, too, I think that Nick has the patience of a saint, because I could never be in a conversation with Myron Gaines where I have to pretend that what Myron Gaines is saying is intelligent. And I think that one of the things that Nick does so well when he finds himself in situations like this, where he is obviously using low IQ retards to access more people, because that's really what's going on here. Let's just be honest about this. I don't think that Nick thinks that Myron Gaines is smart. I don't think that Nick thinks that this is my own opinion. It's not something that, like, I've not had deep heart-to-heart discussions with Nick about this. I don't even really talk to Nick, okay? But, like, I'm saying that I strongly doubt that Nick feels that Myron Gaines is on the same level as him. I think that he's using Myron Gaines to get access to a wider audience, to spread his ideas, to create more groypers. And so when I see Nick sitting there going, just like pretending that this is an intellectual discussion with someone that is on his level, I just look at him and I go, you, good sir, are a better man than I, because there is no universe where I could ever be in a conversation with someone like Myron Gaines where I would pretend to take seriously anything coming out of his mouth.
It's caused a lot of pernicious left-wing ideologies to kind of permeate throughout the country, with their expansive situation. Yeah, go ahead, bring some.
Thanks.
Got to take care of the bro, man. So it's good that they've because they've activated a very politically active side, right? Because progressive stuff, the college campuses, whatever. So that's good. But on the other side, obviously they're coming at it from another perspective, but that has helped, I would say, because if you're right wing and you're anti-Israel or, critical of Jewish power, it's you're good. You're cooked. You're automatically cooked. You know what I mean? That's what I've realized. So that's one of the benefits.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely true. That's the thing, though. The left is huge. The left is huge, organized, active. And the difference is that the left is not captured in the same way that the right is by Israel. The right is deeply institutionally captured by the Israeli government in particular, the Israel lobby, such that it's just a different rule set. On the left, criticism of the Netanyahu regime in particular, that's actually institutional. Soros is an enemy of Netanyahu. Soros is out there, even though he's a pro-open borders, open society Jew, and one of these Jewish billionaires that's ruining America.
No, I don't agree with this. Okay, that's a much better freeze frame for Nick. Horrible freeze frame for Myron. Excellent freeze frame for Nick. I don't think the Nick suit is horrible. Nick aren't they in Miami, right? Nick is this is Miami Vice shit in a positive way. I think Nick looks great. I like the lighter tones. I think he pulls it off well. Why you got to be such a hater? I think he looks good. Thank you so much for the super chat, Mike. Appreciate you. Got to go. Thanks, Carlyn. Have an awesome weekend. You too, Mike. Appreciate the super chat.
Soros is an enemy of Netanyahu. Soros is out there, even though he's a pro-open borders, open society Jew, and one of these Jewish billionaires that's ruining America. He is actively opposed domestically in Israel to Netanyahu's party and Netanyahu's vision, this version of Zionism Netanyahu's pushing. And so it's the opposite. On the left, you can actually remain in the institutions. It's actually maybe even a good thing criticizing Netanyahu. Obama was against Netanyahu. Biden had friction with Netanyahu. And so there's been an opportunity there for people to criticize it and retain their platform access or, career opportunities. It's a huge boon to us. And, there was a time I remember in 23 and 24, the left was very heavily critical of Israel. And you had a lot of people on the right who were pro-Israel that were saying, well, the left is criticizing Israel for the wrong reasons. They're saying the left hates Israel because they see Israel as a settler colonial state. And
use all those left buzzwing terms: genocide, apartheid, ethno state, colonial. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
They said, the left sees the Israelis as white people that are oppressing an indigenous population, extension of the British Empire. There's a socialist angle.
Me and you both know they're not fucking white. Hell no.
No,
absolutely not. Anyone?
Did Nick learn that from me, or did he learn that somewhere else? I never sent any information to Nick saying, this is why the left hates Israel. But that's exactly what I say. They hate Israel for the same reason they hate America. They're the settler colonists. It's about socialism. It's about capitalism. That's wild. Okay, another common W for Nick Fuentes. Another common W. He got that right as well. Let's listen again.
Settler colonial estate and
use all those left buzzwing terms: genocide, apartheid, ethno state, colonial. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
They said, the left sees the Israelis as white people that are oppressing an indigenous population, extension of the British Empire. There's a socialist angle.
Me and you
too.
both know they're not fucking white. Hell no.
No,
Jews are not. Anyone that says Jews are white, you're a fuck.
Whiteness is not about skin color, Myron, you retard. Whiteness is about capitalism, which is private property ownership, which means that Israel stole the land from the Palestinians. That's why they're called the settler colonists. They stole the land. Colonization is stealing the land, privatizing it under capitalism. Has nothing to do with skin color. That's why Jews are considered white in this example. They're the bourgeois. They're the property owners. They're the capitalist class. That's why. Myron, you low IQ fucking retard. W. Nick, excellent. My evil plan is coming together. People are finally correctly informing the public.
And
use all those left buzzwing terms: genocide, apartheid, ethno state, colonial. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
They said, you know, the left sees the Israelis as white people that are oppressing an indigenous population, extension of the British Empire. You know, there's like a socialist
Me
angle
and you
too.
both know they're not fucking white. Hell no.
No,
Jews are not. Anyone that says Jews are white, you're a fucking retard. Like, they're not white at all, and they'll even tell you, I'm not white.
Yeah, well, and you know, you'd have to get into what is white. It's European, it's Christendom, it's you know, the fusion of those things and their civilization. The Jews are defined.
Okay. We were so close to understanding that white was not about skin color, and it's about the system. We're close. He's gonna get there. It's capitalism, Nick. Capitalism. We're gonna get there. At least Nick understands this is not about skin color. On some level, we're close.
Themselves against that rather than part of it. But in any case, the pro-Israel right was correct that the left was criticizing Israel for the wrong reasons. However, it didn't matter. At that time, it was just important to basically thaw the chilling effect, because the problem that we had is that you were simply like not allowed to say or think these things or, you know, engage in activism against these things. He's okay.
Oh, he's not bothering you?
No,
Okay,
I
okay.
love the dogs.
Okay, all right, fair.
So it was important for the left to say those things just to open up that conversation, just to thaw the rules governing that conversation. Now, however,
can we just talk for a second about how far up Nick's ass Myron Gaines actually is? Myron Gaines, you can tell just by his body language, you can tell by his tone, you can tell just by like the entire mise-en-scène. Myron Gaines is desperate to impress Nick Fuentes. He is desperate to keep Nick happy with him. Just look at the body language. Nick is sitting, Nick is like straight, and Myron Gaines is like the bitch that's leaning in. You know, on those memes where it's like, you've got a man and a woman, and one of them's leaning against the other, and whoever is leaning is like the bitch in the relationship, right? Nick is the person that's straight up. Myron Gaines is leaning in like a bitch. Look at this. That's literally what's happening. This is literally the fucking meme. Myron is Nick's bitch. He is desperate to stay on Nick's good side. Just again, like, watch his body language. Even if the sound wasn't on, just like watch Myron's face and his body language. And then watch Nick's.
And retard. Like, they're not white at all. And they'll even tell you, I'm not white.
Yeah, well, and you know, you'd have to get into what is white. It's European, it's Christendom, it's you know, the fusion of those things and their civilization. The Jews are define themselves against that rather than part of it. But in any case, the pro-Israel right was correct that the left was criticizing Israel for the wrong reasons. However, it didn't matter. At that time, it was just important to basically thaw the chilling effect, because the problem that we had is that you were simply like not allowed to say or think these things or, you know, engage in activism against these things. He's okay.
Oh, he's not bothering you?
No,
Okay,
I love the dogs.
Okay, all right, fair.
So it was important.
Myron was ready to shoo his dog out of the studio to keep Nick happy. Now, I love my dog. I love my dog more than anything. If someone is over to my house, I'm not shooing the dog out of the room. If the person doesn't like the dog, they can fucking leave. The dog has priority. The dog has status. He is a dog, okay? Myron is so desperate to stay on Nick's good side, he almost shooed the dog out of the room because he thought the dog was bothering Nick. Watch the body language. Watch Myron.
Important for the left to say those things just to open up that conversation, just to thaw the rules governing that conversation. Now, however, I think it's a different story. A year ago, you needed the left and the Muslims for that matter, because the Muslims, they're a huge community too. And let's just
Very
not
loyal.
Look at this.
And not only
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. A horrible freeze frame for Nick. Hang on.
a year ago, you needed the left and the Muslims for that matter, because the Muslims,
Look at
they're a huge community.
Look at this. Nick, straight up. Myron, leaning in. He's doing the meme. Literally.
too. And let's just
Very
not
loyal.
Yeah, and not only that, but they're extremely numerous online. I don't think it's wrong to say that, like, if you're shitting on Israel, you're getting a huge engagement boost from the Muslim world, not just nationally, not here, but internationally
They've
too.
been Jew-pilled forever. And they're like, finally, America's talking about this. Because like for a long time, they could never talk about it. Like that, you knew it, right? Like, I mean, I grew up in a Muslim household. My family's from Sudan. So like, I grew up like, Yehudis, what? So you already kind of knew what it was. But like, America had never known this shit because it was so suppressed for so long.
Right.
You know, like you couldn't talk about it. And a guy like you come in and you talk about it. Whoa, get this guy out of here immediately. So, but continue. I'm sorry. So yeah.
You can't see it now, right?
You are
look at how much Myron is leaning now. Myron is getting progressively more leaning towards Nick with like that's like a desperate. He's almost like Myron is like leaning in for a kiss.
24 and 25 criticizing Israel, and I was very conscious and cognizant of this. I remember saying things in a certain way that would appeal to liberals and appeal to Muslims, because then they boost the content. And it's like, look, if what we're doing is like a prison break, it literally doesn't matter. As long as the content's getting out there, as long as people are getting the idea that we can criticize Israel, like these guys are hypocrites, they're not beyond reproach, etc. It's just about changing that conversation. And it was okay. Now, however, we see everybody knows the score. And what is happening now is that the left and the Muslims are kind of using this to push their own agenda. So the left is using criticism of Israel to push their DSA stuff, their progressive stuff. They're using it to basically conceal and run cover for the other parts of their radical agenda. Same thing with Muslims. You see a lot of the Muslims now saying, anyone that criticizes Muslims is a Jew. Anyone that has anything untoward to say about Muslims or mass Muslim migration is a Zionist. That's a Zionist. And it's like, whoa. It's not America first to have mass Muslim migration. It's not Jewish to say that. It's not America first to let Somalians loot Minneapolis and not deport them. That's not America first either. And yet the left and Muslims, or revert Muslims and the left, respectively, on those issues, are using criticism of Israel to run cover for those policies. Hey, it's all good if tons of Muslims come here. Anyone that's against that is Jewish. Oh, it's cool if Somalians take over Minneapolis. Anyone that's against that is Jewish. And so I think now that criticism of Israel is mainstream and popular and, maybe the majority position, it's now important for the right wing, the nationalists, to assert our own position on this and say, now we need to start drawing some lines and say, listen, we may coalesce. We can create a coalition, perhaps, with some elements of the left or some Muslims, but what we are as a faction is nationalists.
Yeah.
And so the reason we're against Israel, it's the same reason we're against Soros, because we're America first.
Yep.
It's not America first to have open borders or to give money to Israel. It's not America first to have Muslims here that only care about Islam and Muslim countries. Same way it goes for Jews.
Yep.
So we need to sort of define and distinguish and refine our movement within the Israel critical space as the right-wing faction.
Yeah, no. And like now that the information's out, we can start to actually be more specific about the issues.
Right.
Because like I said before, it's good because they brought awareness from the left, right? That wasn't there before, because criticism of Israel used to be literally a nuclear topic that you couldn't talk about. So now they made it a bit more mainstream. But yeah, we need to come at it from these guys have too much goddamn power. They are Israel first. They are responsible for a lot of the toxic isms that are in this country, feminism, progressivism, Marxism, etc., which I want to talk about that too with the DSA. Where do you see the Democrat Party going with this, as far as this socialism move that we're seeing? I said this before, and I want to get your position on this too, and I'll let you talk about it. I think Mamdani winning mayor of New York City was the beginning domino of what we're going to see, where it's going to be a socialist revolution. I'm starting to see these establishment Democrats kind of not be as cool. The Hillarys, the Chuck Schumers, the Bill Clinton era. I think that's dead. The new wave is we're going to be socialists. We're going to say, fuck Israel. We want free healthcare. We want college being paid off. We want they basically just full on socialism, rent stabilization, all these things. And I'm seeing Mamdani do this in New York City. He has an enormous amount of people that support him. A lot of people that like him. He's using more of a grassroots social media push on doing things. And then I'm looking at a lot of top left-wing
wrong, Myron. No, Zohran Mamdani is not using social media. He is using an on-the-ground group of volunteers. The DSA in New York, I mean, they do social media. I'm not going to say they don't do social media, but the primary focal point of the DSA in New York is on the ground, knocking on doors, having events, shaking hands, making phone calls. It's actually on the ground work. It's not online.
Local commentators, right? On the left, they're all pushing for socialism. So it's like, I'm starting to see the Democrat Party really shift. I think them taking the L on the Kamala Harris campaign has like made them say, we need to take social media more seriously. We need to stop, relying so much on establishment celebrities. We need to start giving people more free stuff with socialism. And I think Mamdani's kind of started this trend, but what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I totally agree. And, Mamdani defeated Cuomo, who was backed by the whole Democratic establishment. That was, you're right, the first big upset. And then he had this election on Tuesday where all of Mamdani's primary challengers, 3 of them in congressional primaries, won their races. And all of their opponents were establishment people backed by Hakeem Jeffries, backed by the labor unions, backed by the Black and Latino caucus. That is like the institutional Democratic Party. That's the party establishment. And it's not just the social media, although that's a huge part of it. It is TikTok. It is the social media, but it's also that they have this ground game. They've got this unbelievable ground game in New York City. I was looking at some of the numbers from Karlyn Borysenko. She's like the expert on this. She sat in one of their meetings and they said that when Zohran ran for mayor last year, they knocked on 1.8 million doors. 1.8 million doors. Wow. 2.3 million phone calls for phone banking. 3,000 events, 20,000 small dollar donors. That's how big their donor network was.
That's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
You know how many, and just so you guys understand, like what it's talking about, you know how many volunteers you need for that?
Yeah.
Volunteers. These people aren't getting paid. They need volunteers for that.
30,000 volunteers, they said they had in New York City, which is just one place. And the people that they got to
by the way, it was actually up to 50,000 individual volunteers by the in between. So the data that I gave Nick, that was right after Zohran Mamdani got the Democratic nomination. By the time Zohran Mamdani got elected mayor of New York City, it was up to 50,000 individual volunteers at a minimum.
Register and turn out. It's really just a turnout game. It's that the progressives are turning out huge numbers of people that either don't vote Democrat or don't usually vote in off-year elections. And it's a lot of young white people. It's a lot of young white people and these like non-conventional minority groups, not like the old school blacks and like, let's say Mexicans. It's like different like minority groups. And that's just where the energy is. That's where the young people are. That's where the energy is. And that's their ideology. The young people are just like ultra progressive. And so I don't know that that's even going to be good for the Democrats, because the reason they got their asses kicked in 24 is because all the big Jewish money left the Democrats because they were so alienated by the young progressives. You got to think about guys like Bill Ackman and Sean McGuire. Bill Ackman is at Pershing Square, Wall Street guy, Jew. He's tied with Larry Fink, who runs BlackRock. He's a Harvard alum. He's a lifelong Democrat and Democrat donor. But after October 7th, he saw at Harvard, his alumnus, at Harvard, all the progressives were like supporting Hamas.
That red pilled them real big.
Yes.
The Ivy League schools like having all these Columbia, Harvard.
Right. It was Ackman at Harvard. It was Ronald Lauder at UPenn. I believe he's a Wharton School alum. And so like these big Jews with like all the money and on Wall Street who previously were Democrats, donated to the Democrats, did fundraiser for Hillary. They all of a sudden, Bill Ackman signed that letter where he said, the left has gone too left. They're too censorious. They're too woke. We got to shut it down. So he bailed. Then Sean McGuire. Sean McGuire is a partner at Sequoia. Sequoia is one of the big VC firms in Silicon Valley. Same thing. Lifelong Democrat donor, fundraisers for Hillary, same deal. After October 7th, he said, I'm out. Now I'm a Republican. So these are like two good examples because you got a Wall Street guy from the Eastern Seaboard. You got a tech VC guy from the West Coast. These are the two poles of power in America. And they represent Jews, institutional Jewish money shifting from the Democrats to the Republicans because they were scared off basically by the young progressives, the young white kids, the students, these like militant minorities they're pro-Palestine liberation, the socialists. And so the reason they lost in 24, where was the money? Like you look at 2020, so much money went behind the Democrats from all the usual suspects, from like Reid Hoffman, from Zuckerberg, 300 million from the Zuckerberg Chan Foundation, from Bloomberg. So all this like big Jewish money. In 24, it didn't show up.
Isn't that crazy? Like how October 7th, like red pilled the Jewish community and they said, yep, we got to go with Trump because he's going to go hard on Israel. He's going to give them more money. They really don't like how Biden dealt with them. Like,
no.
Yeah.
And they turned against Biden. I remember when Biden came out at that press. It was after Biden's special counsel report came out about his documents case. He did a press conference, I think it was like May last year or 2 years ago, and said, I don't like the way the Israelis are running the campaign in Gaza. And the New York Times editorial board totally flipped on him and were like all negative throughout the rest of the year. So the Democrats alienated the Jewish media. They alienated the Jewish money. Now, how are the Democrats going to get back? Well, they're thinking about running a Jew for president, like Pritzker in Illinois or this Shapiro in Pennsylvania, because they're going to have to reconcile the like militant progressives that hate Israel, like really actually hate Israel, from the institutional Jewish money that is like liberal Zionist. Like they're pro-Israel. Maybe they don't love Netanyahu, but they want to defend Israel from what happened on October 7th. So they are going to have the same problem as the Republicans, which is to say there's like a parallel dynamic where on the right and the left, the young people, the energy, the kind of ideological core is shifting there is very anti-Israel. And yet the money, the institutional force is still on both sides is Jewish, and they're still pro-Israel. So the Republicans are going to have, this is the Vance-Rubio divide, the Levin-Tucker divide. They'll have to reconcile that. And on the left, it's like, let's say, the Shapiro-Mamdani divider or something like. It's like Gavin Newsom saying he doesn't like AIPAC and then coming out a day later and saying, oh, no, I love Israel. It's making everybody a little bipolar.
And then he also said well, it's kind of like an apartheid state. So it's like we're literally watching like an incredible shift in politics in both the left and the right. And on the left, I would say it's obviously far more pronounced, right? And it's crazy because I like that's a great point that you mentioned. Yeah, okay, sorry about that, guys. You brought up a good point that they were able to like galvanize this incredible ground game in New York City. Now, if they could do that nationwide, that's going to be huge. But but New York City is obviously kind of, the rest of the United States isn't like New York City, right? Like Mamdani was able to win there in crazy fashion. Also, I want to talk about this girl. Can you pull up that chick that I pulled up, bro? The crazy chick. We were talking about this girl that won the 13th district. Like,
okay.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty much it. Nick, thank you, Nick Fuentes. Like, it really, listen, I've been doing this a long time, and for the longest time, I've sent information to so many people. I have sent information from these types of meetings that I infiltrate to so many people. But most of the time, when I'm sending people information, I'm literally just doing it to say I did it later. What do I mean by that? When I send Andy knows something, which I used to do all the time, and then Andy didn't report on it, I wanted to be able to say, I didn't expect Andy to report on it because Andy doesn't want people seeing my work because my work debunks his work. But I wanted to be able to say, I sent this to Andy No, and here's the receipt of me sending it to Andy No, and I told him about it, and he knew about it, and he didn't fucking tell you. When I sent information about a communist college professor teaching students at Texas State University to overthrow the government, when I sent that to Harmeet Dillon, I literally just sent it to her to be able to say I did. I was sending Harmeet Dillon stuff from the moment she became Assistant Attorney General of the United States. She ignored all of it. But I just kept sending it to her to say, hey, I sent this. Every time conservatives and MAGA come in here and they ask me, they're like, Karlyn, why aren't you working with the Trump administration? I wanted to be able to say, I've sent all this shit to Harmeet Dillon, Assistant Attorney General in the United States, and she's never responded and she's never done shit about it. And I wanted to be able to have the receipts of me doing that. I stopped expecting a long time ago when I sent people information that they were actually going to look at it and articulate that information to the public. It has happened so rarely. It has happened. Harrison Smith has taken my info. Kim Iverson has taken my info. journalists from Portland, including, by the way, Katie Davis Court, Honey Badger Mom, Katie Davis Court, they've both been covering Portland on the ground. They've taken my info. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but none of them have the platform. Well, I mean, Nick is just beyond. And I mean, Harrison Smith has a pretty big platform, like, but Nick is beyond. Nick is beyond all of them. Okay. So the fact that I sent that to Nick the other day, he didn't ask me for it. I just sent it to him because I thought it was important. And he took the time to read it, and he took the time to understand it. And he was able to articulate that to a much wider group of people than I was ever able to get that information to in the last year. That was fucking cool. That was cool. And I hope Nick knows that if he needs data, if he needs this type of information, I can always send it to him. All he has to do is ask. I don't know what Nick needs. I don't know what Nick's interested in. And I don't want to abuse, like, the ability to send him stuff by inundating him with stuff every single day. But, like, I have so much data like this. It's not even funny. We get more data every single week, just like this. And so I really appreciate him taking the time to read it and understand it. Also understanding that if he just literally does a monkey see, monkey do on what the DSA has done, that this could be exactly the strategy the Groypers need to do something similar. Like, it's an all-around W. Does Nick understand everything about the left? No, he doesn't. But listen, that's not his area of specialty. Nick is far more adept at Middle East analysis and the analysis of Jewish power than I will ever be, because that's not my area of specialty. The far left is my area of specialty. That's why I know it better than him. That's why my audience knows it better than his audience. But it is a massive, massive, massive W that he shared that information and did it so well and so concisely. And so I really appreciate him doing that. Not once, but twice. That's a massive W. And so that's cool. That's cool. I'm going to wrap up the stream, guys. I got to go to bed. I have a big day tomorrow. I want to thank everyone who sent in 111 new channel memberships. Welcome to all the new channel members. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats, everyone who just hung out in the chat. If you want to learn about the far left, I will teach you everything I know. Subscribe to the channel, mount the like button, all that good stuff. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow. Maybe. I'm going to try. But I've got a big day tomorrow. But maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Take care, guys. We'll see you.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.